Howdy y'all, welcome back. Today we are back again to play Our Life Now and Forever. Last time we left off, after our first day of school, we went, had a great day at school with Chu and Tamarack. Unfortunately, we couldn't sit with Chu in class since he's so popular that other kids want to sit next to him. But we got to sit next to Tamarack. We met our teacher, Mrs. Murray, her child, what's the child name? I can't remember his name right now. Well, her child, who is, he's a little disagreeable. And then we saw Baxter as well. We saw Baxter, and we went home with Tamarack, and now we spent the time after school hanging out with Tamarack, me and her granny, and now we will have like a little like a play date in the backyard, in her backyard. So that's basically a summary of where we left off. So let's get right back into it. Little game. Okay. So she was talking about the tire swing. Yes. That's so nice. It'd be funny to see them try too. I wonder what's in my backyard. Your backyard is way better than Chu's. Chu's fault is cooler. You and Chu have the best backyards. I love it. I knew it. That was so obvious. I knew it. That was so obvious. You stared at her amazed. You shrugged, not really impressed. You frowned. Your house probably didn't have a tire swing. They're too old to use a tire swing. It'd be funny to see them try to. Thinking about it made you laugh. She snickered too. That'd be a terrible idea. They can't bend over that much. But then she wiggled her body and dug her shoes and even harder, trying to get out. Let's play something. Wait, can I get in? Wait, I can get in too. Wait, can I sit on top? Wait, I can sit on top. Wait, I can push her. Could I try using the tire swing? Okay. Yes. You don't have to. I don't want to play anything. Before she could, you started to squish in with her. Before she could, you started to climb up on the tire. Before she could, you started to push the tire. You stepped back to give her some room. You just looked at her. Push. You firmly knocked the swing. You gave a running start and gave it a huge shove. You grabbed the tire and walked back to pull it high. That's how I would do it. Then you drove out of the way. She screeched giddily when you let go and her legs went up again. There was no reason to stop the swing from going somewhere. You chased after the tire to keep pushing it, so you never stopped seeing her face no matter how it moved. Until we giggled as Tamarack swung back and forth. Then Tamarack wriggled around again. She popped out the backside and landed in the grass on her butt. But Tamarack immediately sprung to her feet and began to move further away from the swing. Something was happening, or was about to happen. He went off the path to go after her. She pressed her fists into her hips and spoke without turning around. Tamarack's hair fluttered animatedly with each word because she nodded while talking. That made it look like Fluffy Goat Sheep was the one saying it. Like me, hey fellow sheep. We better start soon. It's gonna get dark. How you doing today? I am doing well today. Okapi Flower, how are you doing today? Dairy Queen sounds nice. I kind of want some. I've been wanting to eat some ice cream, but the ice cream machines at my dining halls at my university are broken, so I haven't been able to get ice cream. But I would love some cake too. Which flavor of ice cream are you eating? Are you eating ice cream? I don't know because I know Dairy Queen has other stuff besides ice cream. What flavor of treat are you eating?
We better start soon. It's gonna get dark.
Start what?
Finding some good stuff.
Have I seen her full side profile? I don't know. I know I've seen it before, but I don't know if I've seen like a full how it looks completely.
There's a lot of it out there, you know.
She reached down to collect a big bag, hooking it around her shoulder like normal. Now, that's when she turned around and you were faced with Tamarack herself instead of the sparkly lamb side of her.
Have you been to this place before?
Not to this town. I only came here when I moved yesterday. But I'm from. Click to enter a place name. It's not far at all. But I'm from. Click to enter place name. That's pretty close. But I'm from. Click to enter name. So it's not near. So it's not nearby. But I'm from. Click to enter this place name. It's really really far away. Okay, I won't read this over and over again. But though blank where you used to live wasn't far at all, you thought. Though blank where you used to live was pretty close, you thought. Blank where you used to live wasn't nearby, you thought. Blank where you used to live was really, really far away. But the place I used to live, okay, so it's the same thing. I just don't have to specify where I lived. Okay. Um, I'll just say the place where I used to live wasn't nearby. You eating the chicken tender fries and a blizzard. Okay, nice. I had chicken tenders for um I had chicken tenders earlier today.
That's all right. I can tell you. I can tell you about it. Outside and everything. All the forests in the world are different, and some places don't even have forests. This one's great because there's mushrooms and rose hips and acorns and great rocks and more. I can show you good spots to find things since you're newer to the forest. Since you're newer to this forest than me.
Wow, thanks. I don't want any of that. I'm never gonna find anything. I don't need your help. I'll get it myself. Alright. No thanks. You gave her a thumbs up more on the search. You shook your head, not interested. You simply looked at her blankly. I bet you and me could find everything cool on the whole mountain. It'd be really cool if you did help me. I don't know anything about that. Wow, thanks.
You're welcome. Let's get looking right now.
Yeah. Together, you and Tamarack began your treasure hunt at the edge of the forest. In bushes, at the base of trees, under rocks, across low-hanging branches, around fallen logs. None was left unexamined. When Tamarack found some worth saving, she placed it on the widest, flattest stone in her path. That was to keep her fingers free to do more collecting. When you discovered something you wanted to take with you placed it on the table instead. Your piles grew rapidly as the two of you dashed back and forth from the clearing near the house and the wilderness a few feet away. Just like in class, Tamarack was fully focused and squinting hard. She only ever stopped snooping? Snoop. Why did I say snoop? Snoop. She only ever, I don't know why that word just didn't register. She only ever stopped snooping to rub her tattered sleeve ends into her eyelids, then kept going. Maybe dirt was getting her eyes with how close she kept getting to the ground. And maybe bits of twigs, too, since she wasn't afraid to shove her head into the brush. Oh my. Leaves did get stuck in her hair, same as the first time you ever seen her. As time passed by, a shadow crept over the yard. An obscuring sweater pulled over the body of the earth as it got colder. As Tamarack's own sweater, it had a few holes here and there that were easier to see through. You and Tamarack were forced to limit your search to those rare spotlights. It wouldn't be possible to keep doing it for much longer. You glanced over at her. Ooh, pretty. The lighting is so nice. Tamarack crouched in the grass, encircled by darkness and trees. She shone under the stream of pale evening sun. A few strong rays hit her back, giving the illusion of golden fairy wings. Seeing her there, that way, made so much more sense than when you saw her in school or her grandparents' antique house. That was what was natural to Tamarack, being in nature. Even her name was a kind of tree. When Tamarack officially announced the end of her hunt, the day was reaching its end, too. That was probably the only reason why she was stopping. You didn't mind stopping either. Your treasure pile was already big and varied. All that was left to do was gather it up. That was easier to think than to do. You struggled to get each one of the small, mostly round valuables into your grasp. Tamarack couldn't scoop everything in her hands at one time. Pebbles and rose hips rolled out of her grasp and off the stepping stone. Ooh. So we got some acorns, mushrooms, and these little seeds and rocks. Would you say the seeds or berries? I don't know. That was close enough for an impatient kid. Tamarack rushing over to show you what she managed to find and carry.
This is what I got.
She nudged her hands full to burst in with wonderful things even nearer. An acorn dropped to the ground.
Here, take whatever you want.
But that's yours, and I already have a lot of that.
I know. You have your own for yourself. You can take part of mine so you also have things to give away. Or maybe you want to share what you got and keep the ones I give you? Something like that? You can share with your mama or my opa and opa, my omi and opa, or anybody. That's the most fun part.
Oh. That was the answer to the puzzle you hadn't realized you were confused by. Tamarack said she went to the woods all the time. She must have found enough things to fill her grandparents' entire house with. Her granny would definitely not like that. She needed room for her own clutter. That was never a problem because Tamarack didn't hold on to the collection herself. She was spread out to everybody. Hey Gabriella, welcome. How you doing today? We just spent the rest of our time out here in the daylight, in the forest, gathering some things that you can see on the screen, some mushrooms, some acorns, rocks, and berries and things like that. Thanks, Tamarack. I think so too. It's nice to give people presents. That's kind of weird. I'll take some of yours, but only if you take some of mine too. Okay, but would you want anything I have? I want to share with you too. I still don't want any of yours. You can give that to somebody else. It's okay, I don't need it. You folded your arms, certain you wouldn't want it. You brought it to your hands towards her. You brought your hands towards her too, ready to accept the gift. Thanks. Yeah. I'm having a wonderful day, thank you. So hopefully you can feel refreshed and relaxed before you start your studying. The exchange couldn't be done smoothly. Neither of you had free hands to pass or pick up the present. Tamarack settled for dumping part of a pile over yours. Some of it ended up on the ground instead, and none of it was stuff you didn't already have in some form. But you were glad to have it. Now there were prizes you'd gotten with your own effort, and gifts from your friend. Both were important for different reasons. You had been certain that you didn't want any of these things when it first started, but it felt good to wrap your fingers around them. They were a special gift from Tamarack to you. Still, grasping a loose collection of forest finds, Tamarack marched off to the side, out of her backyard and into yours. You went after her curiously. You went after her unsurely. You went after her frustratedly. Where are you going? Wait for me. Tamarack, we can't go that far. Hey, that's my backyard. You can't go there. You watched her go worried. You watched her go unconcerned. Let's go after her curiously.
I'm going to Chew's house. He's gonna be surprised.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Well, that's probably okay. All right. Ooh, know exactly what you're gonna do. You kept going, but more nervous now. You kept going, more excited than before. You kept going, but regretted that you were doing it. What? I don't want to go to Chu's house. You can't go into Chu's backyard without asking. You stop moving. Uh, yeah. You can't go to his backyard without asking. You only did that to yourself by accident, so it didn't count.
Oh, it's okay. Wait for me. I'll be right back.
Tamara crouched through the long grass and a million leaves. She really was doing it. No one can stop her. The sidewalk in front of the houses was a big half circle, and the back of them curved like that too. You stopped being able to see her after she rounded the far corner of the house. Your ears didn't pick up the sounds from her boots anymore either. You were all by yourself. That's fine, you could just wait. That was so annoying. You got abandoned by Tamarack while at her own house. That was sad. She left you there alone. That was boring. You hoped she would be back soon. That was worrying. What if something happened to you? That was kind of cool. You had the whole place to yourself. I might be a little annoyed. Who did something like that? Finally, remembering your full hands, you glanced down. You've been standing still with the treasures pulled in your fingers, the ones on the bottom of the heap were warm. It was hard to keep a perfect cup shape, and there wasn't anything you could to do with them, at least not right then. You were going to put them on the table again, but realized it'd be smarter to put them in your bag. They'd be safe there. You could take them home with you. You sat on the ground and watched. You swung on the swing. You kept standing and watched. You sat on the table and watched. Well, swing, that's probably what I would do. Well, kind of. Mostly you flopped on the tire and let it drift in lazy sweeps. It wasn't fun, but you didn't want to have fun. That was impossible. For a while, you squinted at the treetops through the dappled light. You couldn't see much past that. Same as the sky itself. The thick forest could take up your whole view. It could be everything there was. But unlike the sky, the canopy was solid and almost in your reach. If you were an extremely tall adult, you might be able to touch it. That was another thing you liked about it. It wasn't some far thing that was barely real, like air. The forest was immense, but it was really there for you. And then, all of a sudden, you weren't the only kid in the big, wide world anymore. The noise was the first part of Tamarack's presence that reached you, but the rest of her wasn't far behind. Tamarack came sprinting around the bend, kicking up a flurry of leaves around her. Both her hands were waving in the air too. They were empty. Tamarack got past the stone pathway like it was the finish line to a race and crumpled into the grass, laughing. But the giggles turned into achy yips once she landed all the way down.
Ow, 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 ow. I fell on the rocks in my pocket.
She laughed some more and owled more too, each one taking its fair turn. Why did you have rocks in your pocket? I thought you were going to give them away. That's why you went to Chu's house, right?
I gave you my things. I still got the stuff you gave me.
Oh, thanks. Tamarack rolled off her side to settle on her tummy. She squished her big cheeks against her little fists. She kicked her feet into the air. The rubber boots flopped around on her feet. You got the swing to stop and pushed out. Then went over to where Tamarack was sprawled. She looked up at you. Her smile puffed to the sides like it did a lot. It's so cute. I love her little puffy cheeks. It's so cute. It was an invitation to join her below. You did, sitting carefully on the cool lawn in front of her.
Joe cleaned up trash, and now he's gonna get a surprise in the forest.
Tamarack had enough excitement for 2 kids.
Pascal, out of all the friends I have here, you're the best one.
I was still surprised that she said that. You heard it before. a long time ago when you first came to her house. And she was gonna say it again. You figured it would have happened way before. But she wanted to do it again. She kept going.
We came to the exact same neighborhood almost at the same time and are the same age. We like the same colors. You have fun outside, and I do too. I've never, ever met a kid who's just like me. That's important. That's serious.
Tamarack started shouting, then sucked in the loudness with a breath, and what came next was low. You had to really listen to know.
You and me are gonna be friends forever.
Those words was some more than a regular promise. More than a pinky promise, too. It was a swear. Another bad kind of swear, though. You're my best friend, too. Best friends forever. It made you way too nervous to think of it that way, but that was nice of Tamarack. Tamarack and Chu were both your very important friends. That was great. Yeah, and Chu, too. He's also the best. Is it okay if Chu is my friend forever, too? Thanks, Tamarack. You really are nice. I'm being nervous. Like, I've had, in the past, I've had close friends. I say close friends, given meaning that, like, I would hang around them a lot in grade school, who really took a liking to me. And I'm not saying I didn't like them, but I feel like that the way that they liked me was a lot more intense than how I liked them, at least at first. Like they, like for example, like Tamarack. I've had friends that would like consider me their best friend, but I'm like, I don't really know you that well, to be honest. I don't know how to. I don't know if I could say I'm your best friend as well. I don't like. I've had that, but it's so cute though. I really appreciate it. The swing, but like we just met yesterday, right? Or 2 days ago. I can't remember how it was. I think it's yesterday, right? We just met. So it's like I'm pretty sure I'd be like really nervous right now. The swing, the searching, the secret trip to Chu's house. Each were complete. And at that point, you were pretty sure Tamarack's final plan was to stay right there until grass grew around her. You started eating your candies. You offered some of your candy to Tamarack. You patted the pocket where the candies were. Yeah, you can have some candy. Hey, Tamarack, I still got some candies from your house. You want any?
Oh, that's okay. I can get candy every day from that bowl. You only have it right now. You've got to eat them. Thanks, though. You're so nice.
Okay. You start eating your candies. You didn't feel like eating candy, even though Tamarack thought you had to. Well, we'll eat the candy right now. You untwisted the wrapper on both ends. It was so old, some of it completely fell apart, and other bits were completely stuck to the candy. Oh, ew. You peeled the trash away and popped it to your mouth. It was still candy, no matter how ancient it was, and it was yummy. It was that moment when a door creaked open and two smiling faces looked over the yard. Your mama and Tamarack's grandma came to get you. It was hard to imagine they really spent that whole time sitting in the living room, right?
Hi, Pascal. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we got to get going. Aw, bye, Pascal.
Mama Sheep's here.
I'm going to stay outside.
Sending a smile to Mama, you push yourself to your feet. Bye, Tamarack. Mrs. Bauman didn't even question Tamarack and ran and laid out on the grass. She left her granddaughter there and guided her guests in through the back door and up the front one. Why couldn't you have gone around the house instead of going through it? It was too late to tell them that because it was already done when you realized it. Mrs. Bauman stopped at the entryway, opened the door, and fitted herself into a rare opening between furniture to clear the path. Your mama kept going past her nice and orderly. On the porch, Mama halted and turned. The hostess moved to stand in the doorway so they were face to face.
It was so good to meet you two. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other often. Good day. Of course. Goodbye, and thanks for the talk.
Mrs. Bauman nodded kindly and slowly pressed the door forward. Mama waved until she was doing it to a plank of wood. The door was shut, and then she let her hand drop and talked to you.
Busy day, huh? But I was good.
The words were high, a sign of relief instead of low, which would have been a real contentment. Instead of just something good happening, it was more like when you avoid something bad happening. That was still good, but in a different way than if nothing had been at stake.
Time to go.
Except, before you left the Bauman porch, something made you stop in your tracks. There was a stranger strolling into the cul-de-sac, rolling a bike along with them. It was almost as long as the person was tall. The sight had a totally different impact on your mama. It pulled her forward.
Oh, it's Mr. Lin.
Mr. Lin? Like Mr. Mr. Qiulin? That was Chu's dad. Probably. It could be an uncle or a way older sibling. Look at him. Okay. He wore a pale green sporty jacket and a nice black dress pants. His hair was super neat, but styled in a fun way that most grown-ups didn't have, right? I like his hair. And the glasses are cute. That kind of introduced him to you without needing to say a word. Mr. Lin, whoever he was a professional, but not all strict about it. Though, wait, why had your mom already known that? How did you know him?
What? We've talked about him many times. And you know Chu, that's his father.
Okay, Chu's dad it was. That didn't answer your real question. You racked your brain for the past conversations your mama was talking about. Nothing came up. Yeah, I know Chu, but I've never heard anything about his dad. Confusion scrubbed her face. She was as convinced that you knew as much as you were sure that you didn't.
Wait, that's right.
Suddenly she laughed and pressed a hand to her cheek.
I never called him by his name to you. It's the real estate person who helped us find our house.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Because I was like, so where's the red panda? What do you mean by that? Am I supposed to know about a red panda? But I was saying that makes sense. Because I was wondering, how did Chu's parents know about us? Know about me? So that he was able to say my name and then he write it down. Like, how did he know about us before we moved in? Like, I was confused by that. He is the real estate agent. So, okay, that makes sense. Oh, memories of mama pacing around your old apartment, getting excited whenever the real estate person would call with news played behind your eyes. That was Chu's dad on the other line the whole time.
I've seen his picture. He has a website, and we've chatted over the phone. Yesterday was the first time we met in person. That's who I was waiting for to get our keys from. We arrived extra early, and he couldn't break away from some other appointments until that evening.
You glanced away from your parents to choose. I don't know where the red panda plushie is. It was easy to see how the two were related. They both looked really pleased with themselves and the whole world, even when nothing was happening. She was definitely the cooler of the two, though. When you turned back to Mama, she had a huge, encouraging smile on her face.
Let's see him over there. It'd be hard to move the bike for him to come to us.
Mama's attention was split between gesturing for Mr. Lin to stop and getting you to go with her. One of her hands went up, the other went down.
Hello!
Chu's dad reined in the moving bike and stood in place. Next he waved. Hello, Mrs. Whitlock. Yeah. Hello, Mrs. Whitlock. What a coincidence running into you out here. Good to see you again. I don't know. I'm going to go with it for now, though.
It's nice to see you, too. This is my son, Pascal.
So he's the one. Hi, Pascal. I'm trying to give like a perky kind of like salesperson voice, kind of a little bit. Your real estate agent folded his arms and tilted his head down. The hair in front of his face fell away, letting you see him clearly. This is a big moment. I can finally introduce myself after hearing so much about you. From your mama, of course. But Chu had his own contributions. It feels like meeting a celebrity in person. Oh yeah, Chu told you himself. He talked to his parents about what happened yesterday. Mr. Lin knew things from you from two different people. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hi. Hey, are you the real estate person? I am famous in this town. Everybody's amazed to meet me. It's not that big a deal. What did you tell you about me? You eagerly asked. What did you say? You asked suspiciously. My mama told you about me? How come you never told me his dad was a house buying person? You really nice, you giggled. You wave hello. Whatever they said isn't true. You silently stared. You grabbed your mama's shirt for security. You gave him a friendly smile. You looked away shyly. Hello, Mr. Lin. You're so polite. Then Mr. Lin adjusted his glasses on the topic of the conversation. Welcome officially to our neighborhood. I wanted to come by, seeing how you were settling in, but I wasn't sure when would be a good time. I hope to catch the both of you. There's an unfamiliar car in the road. Road? I'm guessing that's yours? But the house is dark. Neither of you look to be around.
Yes, that's ours. I'm sorry you missed us. We will meet in the neighbors to the right. Tamara kindly invited Pascal and me to her home. Dorothea and I had a talk, and we very briefly saw Ernst pass by.
Don't apologize. That's perfect. If you get the chance to visit the Bauman house, I say take it. And now, you can come meet the other neighbors. Well, one other. You're already well acquainted with Chu, and we've set our lows here. Do you have time to swing by?
Personally, I would love to introduce myself to Mrs. Lin.
She was only really answering for herself. Your mama asked you for your thoughts before deciding on another meet and greet.
Can we go see Chu's mom, Pascal?
Okay.
Thank you. We can stop by now.
That's great. Just give me a minute. Mr. Lin patted the handle of his bike, bringing his attention to it. It was something he needed to deal with. He coaxed the set of wheels to move with an expert hand. He got across the road, up the curb, and over the grass, and onto Chu's, also his, entryway. Mama gradually made the same trip. She kept a lot of distance between her and the real estate man, not wanting to risk even a slim chance of getting in the way. You went along at Mama's pace, so you stayed together. Mr. Lin wrapped his knuckles on the white door of the red house. He busied himself during the wait by tapping the bike handle instead and humming a soft tune. Someone, no, it was probably Chu's mom, opened it halfway to attend the guests. The door was thrown open all the way the second the person realized who was there. Hello, honey. Also, I haven't been looking at these people's chivis. Nice. Okay, what type of voice I want to give her?
Hong, did you lose your key? Hong, did you lose your key?
With an apologetic laugh, Mr. Lin stretched past the bike's front wheel to greet his wife by kissing her cheek. No, I wanted to come over. I figured this would be the quickest way. Our new neighbors are here. Yeah, I really like her piercings. Like, you can't really see it on the sprite, like a full sprite. You can kind of see it, but it's not totally clear. But she got like a pearl earring and then got some golden leaf things going on. It's really cute. Mrs. Lin peered further on, and they were the neighbors. You and Mama. Still staring ahead, Mrs. Lin stepped forward just in time to bump into her husband. She made a move to get into the fence area of the porch. Mrs. Lin gasped when the bike shuddered a metallic cry. Mrs. Lin hastily grabbed the seat cushion and steadied. She leaned to the right for her next attempt to pass. So did Mrs. Lynn.
Uh, um...
Mrs. Lynn settled on pressing his back to the little wall by the door while holding up the bike against himself. Mrs. Lynn finally managed to shuffle by and reach the sidewalk, but not before muttering bashfully.
Sorry, sweetheart.
It's no trouble. Go on. Mrs. Lynn let out a breath to recompose her normal self after the unintentional dance with her husband and her husband's bike. Her clothes were light blue. Her hair was blue too. Way, way darker though. Whenever she lifted her legs to walk, the creases in her dress moved like flower petals in a breeze. There was something so peaceful about it. Even her voice drifted along gently.
I'm Mrs. E. Lynn. If you're the new neighbors, you must be Mrs. Opal and Pascal Whitlock. Is that true?
Yes, precisely. Mama reached forward, offering a shake. Mrs. Lynn grasped your mama's hand with one of her own and covered the top of it with her other hand. Two didn't exactly shake. Really, they squeezed each other for a second. They were hugging, but with hands. After Mrs. Lynn carefully unwrapped her fingers from Mama, her gaze drifted downwards. Mrs. Lynn curled into a blueberry ball, bringing her chin. That's so cute. Curled into a blueberry ball, bringing her chin to her knees. The edge of her spotless dress brushed the grass, but it brought her to eye level with you.
Hi.
She held up a hand for you to take. You never would have guessed that was going to happen. Most adults didn't act like you were grown up, or that kids could be treated the same way as a grown-up was. You happily shook. You grabbed her hand and wiggled your arm like a worm. You held on to her hand. You waved at her instead. You clapped her hand in a side high five. You turned your face away, too nervous to do it. You folded your arms, tired of meeting all these people. You used your hands to cover your face. It was too much attention. You step away. Happily shake. She didn't hold you in place and moved up and down with your motion.
It's nice to meet you, Pascal.
Then she pushed off the ground to stand perfectly straight in one fluid motion. You'd see how much Drew and his dad were alike because of their matching confidence. It was the same thing with his mom, except you needed a little imagination to make that connection. If Mrs. Lynn was put on super ultra fast forward, it'd look like how Drew treated people. But not using everybody who lived on the street, plus some extras. All the other kids were about your age or 2 or 3 years older. For the adults, it was a lot trickier to put together ages. Except for Tamarik's grandparents. They were absolutely the most old. But when it came to the non-grandparent grown-ups, 2 of them could be a year apart or have a 10-year difference with almost no way to tell. 10 years was the length of your entire life. It was impossible to imagine having that much time just being an adult. Your best conclusion was that Mrs. Murray would probably be the youngest grown person, and your mama and Drew's parents was somewhere in the middle. You wondered how your mama felt finding out there were 2 people around her age, maybe, in the neighborhood. Was that a big deal to adults too? Was she gonna make friends with them like you did with Drew and Tamarak? Could someone her age be friends with people who had been around as long as Granny and Mrs. Bauman? Or did it not work? Granny and Mr. Bauman. Grandparents were double adults. Super adults. Mama kinda acted like they were regular grown-ups, as respectful to them as kids had to treat her. But one way or the other, Mama was gonna have to make a life in Golden Grove along with these people too.
I'm sorry to be the last one of my family to come meet you in person. Don't worry about that. Hong had a huge advantage, all things considered.
Your mama quirked her lips good-humoredly.
Although Drew also beat you to it, and that was a closer race.
Oh, a joke. A teasing one even. Mama made an attempt at being less professionally polite. You watched all that this adult interaction. Wonder how it turned out. I love how this seems like watching this like a drama show like that. Like psychoanalyzing them. Seemed to go pretty well, because Mrs. Lynn laughed.
He was very excited. There's never been another child next door. Until now, when 2 have come at the same time. Well, I hope Pascal and I have lived up to expectations. I like to make a good impression on the magnanimous Chu Lin.
The other Mr. Lin came over and joined the conversation, showing off his now free hands with a shrug. He had gotten the bulky bike into the porch jail behind the mailbox so he could stop pulling it around for a second. Chu has been out with his friends since school ended, yet we've yet to hear about what happened when he popped by your house in the morning. But I'm certain the new neighbor, Mrs. Opal Whitlock, will get a glowing report over dinner.
Thank you. I'm usually the one giving performance reviews. Who knew it was so nerve-wracking to be the one on the receiving end? Oh, yes, terrifying.
That was the type of humor your mama liked. Dealing with people was a whole job. She could play pretend that it was some challenging. You didn't know Chu's mom well enough to know if that was also a joke, or she meant that seriously. But you guessed anyway. She sounded actually scared of the idea. Plus, Mr. Lim went for an earnest answer instead of messing around. He had to know best. You ladies have nothing to fear. No one's going to give you a failing mark. Trust me. And I can already report that my son is entirely fond of your son.
Now that's wonderful news, because my Pascal's just as attached to your boy.
That was right. Chu and you were already great friends. The final neighbor you met spoke sweetly, and on behalf of the entire family.
We'll have to give them plenty of time to nurture their friendship.
Mrs. Lin slipped her arm around Mr. Lin's. They were unified physically and legally, and in this opinion.
I'm glad we're on the same side here.
Yes, that would be awesome and amazing and the very best thing.
Now, I need to apologize myself for cutting this introduction so short. We have to get home. There's more unpacking to do before the day's over. I absolutely do want to speak more another time, though. Oh, that's fine.
Yes, we understand completely. I imagine it's a big job. Getting a new house in order always is, even when it hasn't been left to collect dust.
A bit. Luckily, it looks as if most of the furniture already there will be worth keeping after good scrubbing and polishing.
Is that so? I thought that'd be the case. It's quite a perk of the property.
Seems like they have good advice picking the location.
Wait.
Seems they have good advice picking the location.
That was said with a sly smile and a side eye to her husband. Mrs. Lin had a streak of charm, too. Thanks, honey. Mr. Lin put a hand on the back of his head and on the corner of his glasses before leaning back to laugh. He wanted to make sure nothing fell off, you guess. But if you do need any help with heavy lifting, you're welcome to let me know. I'll call Yi. She was a gymnast in college and can do more pull-ups than me. Oh, wow, nice. Okay, I just want to see, was that a blush? I think so, right? Yeah, she's blushing. Suddenly, Mrs. Lin's dark eyes went salsa-wide. She couldn't get them back to normal size, so Mrs. Lin slammed them shut instead. There wasn't a way to get the rosiness off her cheeks. That was the biggest reaction you've seen from Chu's mom so far. She was the one who started the praising.
Hung, please, we should both help if that's needed.
Your mama got a chuckle out of the exchange, too. There you have it. The Lins are at your service.
Thank you for the offer. Thank you for coming, Opal and Pascal. You're both welcome over any time. Goodbye. Good evening.
Bye, Mr. and Mrs. Lin. With a come-along gesture angled your way, Mama turned to leave. Tui followed the sidewalk around to the center of the street. From there, you set up at the grand old building you were allowed to live in. It was yours and Mama's. After walking down the road into town, attending the school, and visiting the neighbors, this place was where you would be returned at the end of a long day. A thought struck your heart as much as your brain. You were going to see that view for a long time. No matter how unfamiliar each sight, sound, and person in Golden Grove was, then one day it was going to be normal. I'm kind of scared right now. Hold on a second. I hope this is not the end of the demo right now, because this would be quite embarrassing. Because it's only 50 minutes into the stream. This was exciting to picture. You could be like Chu, someone who knew his ins and outs of everything. Someone who actually had memories and bonds with the place they lived in. As if the world, or your mama, was trying to prove that this would be a regular thing for you. Mama didn't pause breathlessly at the welcome mat like she did the day before. She took out the same black spiral keychain loop she always used and picked up one of the keys off to unlock the door. Mama put that house key on the call? Guess so. And then she went in, knocked down that you'd do the same. You did. She hit the lights. For all your musing about normalness and regularity, when you glance around the living room, it was a bit too familiar. You've been at school for hours, seen and done so much, while your mom was supposed to be here unpacking. So why did it look exactly the same? Almost exactly. The stuff you slept on had been put away. Still, there was the same amount of boxes piled evenly in a corner, the same sheets draped over the furniture. The dust you wiped down the night before was the only hint that you hadn't been transported in time to when you first saw the place. She must have had other important things to do. That was weird. Oh well. Mama, you didn't do any unpacking. Mama, you didn't unpack, you scolded. How come my stuff is still packed? You asked curiously. Okay, Mama, what were you doing this whole time? You questioned seriously. What are we gonna do? Let's get started. Wow, Mama, you really slow at this. Did she say she was gonna be unpacking while we was at school? I don't know if she even said that. She might have said that. I just forgot.
I've been busy, if you couldn't tell, and I bet you couldn't.
As sing-song and cadence carried her leading words.
It wasn't the living room I spent the afternoon making livable. And since it wasn't that, can you guess what it is?
The kitchen, the bathroom, your room, my room. Tell me, you cheered. Just say what it is, you huffed. You pointed towards the hall. You pointed towards the hall into the kitchen. You pointed towards the hall into the bathroom. You pointed towards her. Was it Mama's room? You pointed towards yourself. Was it your room? You shrugged at a loss. My room. What'd she say? Your room. Okay. So I was right. Yay, got it around the first try.
That's right. Your new room's ready for you. It's clean and dust free, and I've already filled in some of the shelves. All you need to do is put on your bedding, make sure I didn't miss any of your things, and enjoy.
Your room? Your room was there and waiting for you? Mama was the best. The amazement was clear on your face. Your mouth was wide open after all. It made your mama grin widely.
Go check it out. I'll be in my own new room. I got in a couple hours of work into dressing that up, but it's not quite ready yet.
Mama's pale cranberry eyes wandered around, taking in the current state of the first floor.
Ideally, neither of us will have to sleep in the living room tonight.
Okay, Mama. You and Mama kept walking together up the stairs. In the hall, your paths parted ways. Your room was the one closest to the stairs. The master bedroom was farthest away. The room in between remained a mystery. You never lived in a house with extra space before. The apartments from before barely fit the two of you. Anything was possible now. Grasping the cool metal handle, you pressed down. The knob twisted until it was pointing straight to the floor, and it was kind of stuck. You had to give the door a real push to get it free from the frame. Once I'd gotten past the initial jam, it moved with ease. So, you watched the tall door swing open and then step inside. Oops. Okay. Hello! You about to enter the room decorating screen. At the start of every step, except for step 4, you'll be able to add personal touches to your bedroom. The older you get, the more control you have over your space. As a kid in step 1, you get to choose between different beddings and smaller possessions like toys and decorations. The furniture, overall arrangement, wallpaper, and so on can be altered in this step. To choose between options, you select one of 4 areas, then choose the elements you want to have for that area. After that, go back and You could choose a different area to customize or end the decorating session. You hope We hope you enjoy the settling in and making the space your own. Let's start with the bed. We got bed 1, bed 2, bed 3, bed 4, bed 5. Ooh, bed. Oh, okay. That's fancy. That's okay. Let's see. Wow, y'all already know that I have to choose this one. Like, this one is just cute and fancy. It's cute and fancy with this canopy right here. Oh, that's so nice. I love it. Y'all don't know that I have to do that, so we're gonna do with that. And then dresser shelves, crayon, stuffed bud, stuffed elephant. Let's put all three. Why not? Desk area, books, bracelets, glowing stars, music sheets. We'll just have music sheets and books like that. Trunk area, we got a stuffed giraffe, stuffed rabbit, stuffed sheep. Oh, your stuffed sheep is so cute. Clothes, kickball. If I'm gonna be honest, I will have my clothes all over the floor. So I mean, it's not proper. It ain't proper, but it's realistic. So we'll have the clothes strewn over the floor. And I'm gonna keep all the stuffed animals. We'll have all the stuffed animals here, and keep the kickball. Yeah, I think that looks real cute. Done and done. Wow, your room was something any kid could be proud of. It was wonderful. You were so happy. It almost made you sad. That would do. You did the best you could with what you had. Well, it wasn't great. This place had your favorite things. They made it good no matter what. This room was alright. Maybe it'd grow on you. Maybe you hate it in a few days. It was completely terrible. Well, that would do. You had to take until nighttime to get your things just how you wanted them. You stepped into the corner to admire your handiwork. The floor space of the room was bigger than your last one. The ceiling was a lot lower, though. It sloped with the roof of the house, and the windows were angled downwards. Downwards? No, angled towards the treetops in the sky. You never even seen a room shaped like that before. It was weird. And then there was a knock and a voice. The tilting roof caught the sounds and directed them straight down into her ears. Pascal, can I come in? Yes. Did I take off my little flower crown? I don't see it. The handle jiggled and jerked. The door was resistant to Mama opening it too. She figured it out though and let herself in. Hello, dear. Not so discreetly, Mama surveyed your efforts at decorating. I left you alone in here for an hour and it's already getting messy. But you did unpack and make it your own. This room is great, Pascal. I'm pretty much finished myself, but it's late. Let's take a break from that and chat. It's been a long day. It's been a long day all around and back and forth. Sure, Mama. Okay, here it goes. We're still not entirely done, even now. Mama pulled her folded arms even more and her mouth pinched too. We should talk about how things will be once I'm back to work. I won't be able to drop you off or pick you up from school most days, I'm sorry. It does seem common for kids in this town to walk or ride bikes, to class at least. You had a bike. You had a bike with training wheels. You owned a skateboard, not a bike. You had a scooter instead of a bike. You had roller skates. You weren't a bike rider. You didn't have anything you could ride. Let me see, when did I learn how to ride a bike? I think I learned how to ride a bike when I was sometime in third to fourth grade, I think. How old are you in third grade? Third grade, age 8 to 9 years old. Fourth grade, 9 to 10 years old. Okay, we'll say I have a bike with training wheels. That was another thing Mama made extra sure got moved into the house along with your backpack. She must have known it could come in handy. It'll be up to you if you would rather go on foot or you use your bike. You got to see the way there, and you shouldn't ever be the only one on that path. You weren't scared to do stuff without her, but you like spending time with Mama. It would have been fun to go together at least sometime. Well, she had to do her job. You just have to have different kinds of fun. Except the inevitable, you nodded. Alright, that's one matter attended to. Here's part 2. What to do after you make it back from school. You'll be done with your class a good few hours before I'm off the clock. Mrs. Bauman and I were talking while you were outside with Tamarack. She offered to keep an eye on you when I'm away. She's retired and insisted there be no trouble. That can mean you'll go to Tamarack's house for the afternoon, or it can be Mrs. Bauman popping in every now and then to check on you if you're playing outside or at home. Playing at home or outside. Tamarack's already your friend, so it's not as if she minded you being around regularly. Mama held up one finger and kept on with the explanation. Of course, that's not the only choice. We got options. While I didn't get a chance to officially ask, I bet the Lynns will be equally fine if you wanted to hang around their place. They're good people. I know Mr. Lynn decently well at this point. Plus, they son will most certainly extend the invitation to visit whenever you wanted. He's sociable, and even I can see that you're in with him. Plus, they son will certainly I read that already. I can also look into lessons and extracurriculars being offered in town. You could do that some days instead of staying in the neighborhood. Maybe you want to take up an instrument or learn how to dance, and I'll be able to come get you from there when it was done. The hand finally came down. That must have been all the possibilities you can think of. Yeah, when I looked it up, it said that third graders are usually 8 years old. Yeah, that's what Google confirmed. I like those ideas. Okay. It all sounds fun to me. Sure, I could do stuff without you. After school just got way more interesting, exciting. You grinned to yourself. There were worse things, you concluded. Your days just got way more difficult, you grimaced inwardly. Whatever, Mama. I didn't think you'd be around anyway, you murmured. Oh, I could be such a disagreeable child. That's way better than having nothing to do like before. Why do I need anybody to look after me? I'm already in 5th grade now. Okay, so I'm in 5th grade now. So 10 years old. I probably know how to ride a bike without training wheels. I want to go back and change that. Oops. Okay, if how would I feel 5th grade with all this? I think I might not like the fact that my parents can't pick me up and I have to go somewhere else or spend an extracurricular instead of going home with my mama. I think I might feel a little adverse to that. Mama kept squeezing herself. Still,
There's no reason to plan out the rest of our lives tonight. The two of us will figure it out.
That was something you heard a lot. No matter what you went through, your mama never stopped believing you and her would manage. For moments she gazed past you, at none in particular. Sometimes it felt strange, remembering how you were actually there, when all the stuff you had to keep up with stopped and you could just think. Maybe mama felt that too. She blinked and her eyes fell back on you. Mama smiled.
But our neighbors are certainly nice, huh? All 6 of them. We had a lot of luck here.
That was true. It might have been the luckiest thing that ever happened. No words were needed for her to understand your thoughts on it. Your face said enough. With a grin, Mama stuck her hands over her jeans.
Now, if you don't mind me changing the subject to an entirely different matter, let me just say it's dinner time. As a reward for how much we've done, and because a loaf of bread is out at this point, and also because even if it wasn't, I do not want to eat another sandwich. I'm taking the 2 of us out. I heard that the local diner has a gym.
Thank you, Mama. Yes! Woo! I hate boring diner food. Who hates diner food? What? How is diner food boring? Home food is boring, like, since you eat it every day. Going to the diner and pick out a restaurant cooked meal, that's exciting. I'm always excited to go out to eat. I don't want to go there, you Juan. Phew, I never want to eat another sandwich again. All right, you jumped around gleefully. I used to eat sandwiches all the time. So we don't cook. Yeah, we just don't cook. On Saturday. We don't do any cooking on Saturday, so we used to eat cold sandwiches, like just cold food. It's usually a sandwich, and because of that, I would get so tired of eating that. That plus the fact that I'll also eat sandwiches. I'll bring sandwiches to school. There was a certain grade I would bring sandwiches to school because I didn't like the school lunch. I just did not trust school cafeteria food, so I would just bring like a turkey sandwich with mayonnaise on it and bread. I would eat that every day to school, and then also eat sandwiches on Saturdays since we didn't cook. And at a certain point in my life, I just stopped eating regular sandwiches. Like I would eat like a burger, a chicken sandwich, or like a deli sandwich, like a submarine sandwich, but just like a regular, a sliced bread type sandwich. I have not eaten one of them since like middle school, I think. I don't know. I just got tired of them. But woo! There's nothing else to discuss. Food it is. Wait, you had a huge realization. What about you? Wait, you had a huge realization. What about Tamarack? Wait, you had a huge realization. What about Tamarack and Chew? Agreed. You were definitely hungry. I mean, this is the opportunity to invite them, I'm pretty sure, out to dinner. But I don't know if I'd be thinking about them right now. I'm pretty sure I would be just want to enjoy a nice dinner with my mama. But I do want to invite them, so I'm gonna choose both of them. You wanted your friends to go with you. They've been nice to you. Maybe this will be a chance to do something back. You kind of owed them after everything that happened. The more the merrier. That's what you thought. You wanted your friends to go with you. That'd be so much better. She invited you to walk to school. Then Tamarack invited you to our house. It could be your turn to invite them to do something. At least if your mama will be okay with it. Oh, and choose parents and Tamarack's grandparents too. You only just got into this town. It was hard to do anything good. It was hard to do anything good when you didn't know anything and almost everything you had was sealed away in a cardboard box. But having somebody take you out to dinner was an even bigger deal than all that. How many kids could do it? Not many. It costs money. Though, Chew went over to Darren's house, didn't he? But Mrs. Murray said he had to be home by dinner time. That was right. You swallowed those words hard. Hopefully you weren't going to be bothering him for nothing. You grasped Mama's cotton cardigan. It felt as soft and familiar as your old baby blanket. She tilted her gently pointed chin downwards. You had her attention. Yes, Pascal? Can Tamarack and Chew come with us? I was wondering, what about Tamarack and Chew? Can they go? Please let Tamarack and Chew go to the diner too. I'm not gonna go with Tamarack. I'm not gonna go with you if Tamarack and Chew can't come too. We should invite Tamarack and Chew, don't you think? I had a genius idea. Tamarack and Chew could come for dinner. Should we invite them? We should invite them, right?
Oh, interesting. I can guarantee that both of them will get to do this on such short notice. However, I'm at least not saying no. Let me see what I could do. The answer was both a relief and a new source of uncertainty. It was easy to get your mama to listen. What happened next would be a real test. Mama hunched over to reach around herself. She was never without her chunky silver cell phone. It had lived in her back pocket for years. The sheen of the paint had nearly worn away, and one corner of the screen had a snowflake shaped crack. But it only needed to work, according to your mama anyway. Mama managed to get to the too thick phone out of a too thin pocket. She placed it in the palm of her hand confidently. With that, none could stop her, hopefully. One of the other things that happened while you were outside with Tamarack is that I got Mrs. Bauman's home and cell phone numbers. I'm none if not productive. I can call up right now.
After a few quick taps, she brought the phone to her ear and waited. She kept waiting, and so did you. How many times had it rung? How many times were left until it hung up? How long did it take to answer a phone? Finally, there was a sign of something. Mama's lips pulled into a polite smile, and her eyes widened eagerly. The biggest hint, though, was that she started talking to Tamarack's grandma.
Hello, Mrs. Bauman. I'm sorry for bothering you at this hour. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Uh-huh.
Your mama quieted down again. She was listening attentively. None to do but wait. It was the ringing phone all over. If only you could hear what was happening too. Mama thought it was bad manners to share phone conversations unless the person was already expecting that. Privacy was priceless, especially when breaches of trust could get the company sued. Mrs. Bauman must have had a lot to say in the conversation. Mrs. Bauman must have had a lot to say in a conversation she didn't know was going to happen, because Mama stayed totally silent for a while. A couple times her mouth began to open like she was about to say something, but then she had to snap it back up and listen some more. On her third attempt at speaking, your mama succeeded in getting the words out.
Well, since you haven't settled in for the night, I wanted to ask if Tamarack might be able to come over for dinner. Pascal and I are going to try out a local diner. Ah!
Mama's face had twisted into a wince. Even you caught how loudly Granny exclaimed. You wanted to know what was being said, but not like that. The shot wasn't enough to scare off your mama. She regained her poise and pressed on.
Yes, that's the one. You familiar with it, then? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
There was nodding and for another minute or something like that until...
Thank you. Pascal and I are grateful for that.
On saying your name, Mama made eye contact. A wordless understanding passed between the two of you. Mission accomplished.
We'll come by again in just a few minutes. Thank you again. Goodbye.
Mama jabbed her hand onto the phone with gusto.
Tamara can join us. Mrs. Bauman is a fan of the diner herself. She thought it would be a lovely way for the young ones to celebrate their first day of school.
Wow, thanks, Mama.
That's one down.
She winked.
Luckily, I've had Mr. Lynn's number for quite a while now. He shouldn't be surprised by a call from me. I'll check if he's free to talk.
Mama clicked along her phone to find the next contact. Then it went straight to the side of her head again. Shocking to you and her, Mama got a response in a matter of seconds.
Ah, hello, Mr. Lynn. Good evening to you. I'm sorry this is a bad time. No. Everything's completely fine.
Then the rapid conversation came to a pause on Mama's end, her lips pressed together in silence. It didn't last long. She was smiling again in less time than it took to tie your shoes, if you were good at doing that.
That's wonderful. Oh, but the reason I called is that we were curious if Chew might be able to join us for dinner tonight. I'm taking Pascal and Tamarack out to the local diner. It'll be my treat.
Another tiny pause happened, and a grin grew more over the space of it. She even laughed at something.
Yes, I can imagine.
The parents and chuckled a couple more times. At least you assumed Mr. Lin was in a good mood. It'd be weird if Mama was amused by him being mad, and then the call wrapped up. I just this internal monologue that the MC has is so funny to me. Like the little like just asides that they have that's not really like important to the story.
Thank you. All right. Goodbye.
With a sense of finality, your mama stuck her phone into his home in her jeans. Wait, your mama stuck her phone into his home, yeah, in her jeans, yes.
2 for 2. Mr. and Mrs. Lin are apparently entirely used to these kinds of requests. He had joked that whenever he gets a call on his phone, there's at least a 50% chance it's actually with you.
Was that why he finished the conversation so fast? Maybe it had to do with his job. Either way, Chu's dad got stuff done.
I'm sorry for Mr. Lin having to lobby that many inquiries, but it works out for us. That means Chu can come along.
A dinner with your mama and you? It basically happened every single day of your life. A dinner at a diner you never been to before didn't happen much. But a dinner with Tamarack and Chu had never happened before. Thank you for asking, Mama.
Of course.
Your mama smiled as you did.
We shouldn't keep him waiting. Put on your jacket. I'll get my scarf. It'll be chilly out there and I'm starving.
Excuse me. Same for you. Your stomach was a huge empty pit. If you didn't eat soon, it might be stuck in. You did everything you could think of doing before leaving as fast as you could do it. Then you were brave in the unknown in search for sustenance and your friends. Oh, you were outside at night. This was not the same as walking around during the daytime. The orange-hued street lamps glowed like torches. The formerly orange trees turned an unnatural purple, and the tarmac expanse of the cul-de-sac could easily be a perfectly still, endless deep lake. If you tripped, you could fall in and disappear forever. That kind of sounded like the start of a story. Ideas of what might happen on such perilous adventure was already filling your head. But Mama didn't let you play in the dark. You shook off the daydream. Night dream? Or would a night dream be a normal dream? Like this is just, I love it. I love this so much. Like the little like side thoughts. Either way, you will focus on not being left behind. You and your mama passed through the gate around your yard, then approached the rectangular gray house for a second time that day. Even in limited light, a pop of sparkling color stood out. Tamarack was already there. She'd elected to wait outside with a scarf and bag in tow. You made eye contact across the grassy patch between your homes and hers.
Pascal!
Flinging her hands in the air, she zoomed out from the porch to meet you. Tamarack was so fast, her floppy boots threatened to slide off her feet. Tamarack! You ran to me in the pathway. You ran over and bowed into a hug. You had out your arms open for her. Hi, Tamarack. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. You could have waited inside. It's cold. Why are you running? Well, there she was. You saw how wild she was being already. You applauded her speed. Hey, this is gonna be amazing. You waved at the rapidly nearing girl. Slow down, you're gonna fall over. Hi, Tamarack. You ran over to meet her partway. You ran over and bowed into a hug. You had her arms open out for you. Well, there she was. You saw how wild she was being already. You applauded her speed. Mama trailed behind, letting out a noise that was part laugh and part huff.
I hadn't realized how urgent this reunion was. It is. Hi, Pascal and your mama. Thank you for letting me come. You're very welcome, Tamarack. We're happy to have you join us.
We're gonna get you too.
Yeah, we've all gotta go.
Now a trio, you strolled down the sidewalk till you went completely around to the opposite side of the curve. Mama tapped the doorbell a single time. The sound of it was a speedy ding dong, and then it was done. Even the Lynn's house got straight to the point. You were left huddled in the dark porch for less than a minute. The one who answered wasn't Mrs. Lynn. It wasn't either of the adults. It was Chu himself. The first time we seen him this stream. Oopsie. Standing in the open doorway, he was all lit up from behind. That cast harsh shadows over his features. Autumn's face was still beaming on its own.
Hey, I haven't seen you two in forever. We missed the whole best part of the day.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
Hi, Chu.
Hi. Hey, it's so great we can go to the diner. I'm here now. It's your fault you were gone, you snickered at him. Yeah, way too long. I wish you hadn't gone before. You waved hello. You shuffled in place. You hugged him with both arms. You put an arm over his shoulder. You lifted a hand for a high five. It's your fault. Chu's hand settled on his hips as he leveled an amused glance at you.
I guess so.
You shuffled in place. You hugged him with both arms. You put a hand on his shoulder. You lifted a hand for a high five. His gaze lifted high so he could greet your mama too.
Thanks for getting me dinner, Mrs. Whitlock.
Thank you for coming on such short notice.
That's nothing. I've got lots of time. I can come over whenever.
Good to know. So everybody invited to dinner was there. Together, you went to the center of the street again. Mama unlocked her car. Tamara asked for the middle again, and she got it. Chu scratched his head over that one. It was kind of mysterious with her explanation. Tamara only wanted a window seat in school. He was cool with not being stuck in the middle himself, though. Rapidly, the car rolled into motion. Tree after street post after tree flew past. You couldn't see anything else. Unfortunately, Mama also wasn't sure what she was looking at. She had trouble figuring out exactly where the local diner was. The rage had to stay off. This required the utmost focus. This didn't mean that it was a silent drive. It was loud, actually. Sitting tall at the edge of the seat and gesturing wildly, Chu offered his best advice on which road to take and when. Wow, that's crazy. At that age, I was not paying attention to the street. You know, I was not paying attention to it. I would not be able to tell you how to get back to my house. At that age. Good on Chu for knowing his directions, and his roads and streets and things like that. At the same time, Tamara was bouncing in the seat and shouting out stuff she remembered seeing on the way to the diner the first time she'd been there. Neither of them could give directions very well. It was wrong and entirely impossible to understand unless you were within their own heads. Mama was patient though. She never gave up. In the end, on the outskirts of Golden Grove, you found the place. Cheers, foot stomps, and hand claps filled the car when Chu and Tamarack spotted a massive lit up sign saying, "The Diner Table." This had to be what you were looking for. Get it? Instead of dinner table. Donna was in the name. Mama noticed that too. She wound the steering wheel to turn to the parking lot, a wry smile playing on her face. She even says it too. The diner table? Not the dinner table? Someone didn't get an A on their spelling test. I like it. Mama, it's a joke, you giggled. Come on, Mama. It's obviously supposed to be a joke, you said, unimpressed. What a dumb name. It's great. That name is so stupid, you said flatly. I bet they got an F. You joked along with her. The name had you laughing. Mama, it's a joke. Really? Yes. Huh. Wow.
It's always been named that.
That doesn't mean it wasn't an accident originally, but it's memorable at least. The car came to a stop under the glow of the building. There were no lamps in the parking lot, but that only made the area more noticeable. Light poured in from front windows larger than you were. It was a beacon of hospitality deep in the forest and high on the mountain. After a quick head count, all four of you went out. Mama led the way to the entrance. She held the door open and swept out her other hand as if to say, "After you." Ooh, nice. Autumn nights in Golden Grove had such a bite. You felt You felt a comfortable shiver going from the outside of the diner to the inside. It was warm and toasty there, and even smelled warm. The inviting smell of the hot food hit you first, with a whiff of smoke underneath. You could picture the grill was charred steaks and hamburgers sizzling. And there was coffee too, which somehow always smelled burnt even though it was mostly liquid. Maybe that's why coffee was so dark. Someone found a way to overcook water and other people decided to drink it, including your mama, who never had a morning without it. Oh, I love the MC's thoughts. I keep saying that, but I just love it. Rubbing your stiff hands up and down your okay. Rubbing your stiff hands up and down your goosebumps covered arms, you glance around more. Who else decided to be there at the dinner table on a chilly Monday? A man in a trucker hat jabbing a knife into a thick cut of ham, 3 sweater-clad women, each with a mug in hand, and some teenagers huddled in the back booth in a splitting a stack of pancakes. Mostly though, it was nobody. 10 times more people could fit, maybe 20 times, so you had a clear view of the room. The diner table was full of different colors. You could list off greens, oranges, blues, yellowish ones, but all of them were dark or faded, so it didn't feel colorful. Kind of like how if your classroom had grown up and gotten old and sleeping. You didn't mind that. None could always be new. Weird. Awesome. It was hideous in a cool way. This is no gym. This is a dirt clump. It was exactly what you imagined when Mama said you'd be going to the town's diner. How disappointing. You'd been right to want to have dinner there. You weren't sure about this place. The dark emptiness made it feel creepy. Super great. To your left, Tamarack had settled a little from her frenzy in the car. As thrilling as it was to visit a restaurant, you could only do it if you behaved. At least that was your guess. You knew Mama would want you to act appropriately. On your right, Chu stood nonchalantly, slowly shifting his weight from one foot to the other. There was nothing interesting to see there for a boy like him. Except for you. He kept smirking whenever he noticed you looking. Soon, a tall lady with tall hair came over from the kitchen to the main counter. She said she was a hostess and would show you to a table. Your mama negotiated for a booth instead. I love booths. Do y'all love booths? Like whenever we go to a restaurant, there are booths available. I always prefer to sit in a booth rather than a table. I don't know. It just feels more cozy. It feels much more homey than a table with separated chairs. Okay, so yeah. The woman agreed to those terms and grabbed some menus off the stand. Thank you. Mama let the employee leave from there. For her, the biggest treat of going out to eat wasn't the food. It was that once she was in a restaurant, her work was done. No cooking or cleaning for a change. She didn't have a mama, a dad, or grandparents around to do that for her. So letting strangers she had to pay to do it was the best thing she could get. That was just took you further into the restaurant. Past the sweater gals, but not as far back as the pancake pals. I love that rhyme. She left the pile of menus on the table, thanked you for stopping in, promised your server will be there to help soon, and walked away in a matter of seconds. Well, let's get comfortable. Me and Pascal will sit together. That leaves the other one for the two of you. Okay. Yes, Mrs. Whitlock. That was so unfair. You could sit with your mama anytime. Tamara was the first to clamber onto a bench. She went to the very end of it and dumped her bag onto the cushion. Chu took off his jacket before fitting himself beside her. Mama slid into the muted red seat with a multicolored with a multicolored geometric pattern across the top. Then she patted the outer spot for you to take. You got into the booth next to her. Oh, look at them. So cute. Tamarack busied herself by investigating the area in front of her. She had the same precision as searching through the forest. She managed to discover a soup spoon and began fiddling with it. Drew rested his threaded hands on the tabletop. He leaned forward very slightly, a little bit like an interview. Was he going to be asking you questions? Or maybe he was preparing himself for your mama to evaluate his behavior. That was a job, but Drew didn't know that.
This is nice.
She spoke quietly while perusing her options. The dining table had unwieldy menus, as long as your arm. Mama didn't bother holding it upright. Instead, she flipped through the laminate pages with the menu lying flat. There was a lamp directly above your booth. It reflected blindingly off the plastic, but between the glare you caught glimpses of colorful pictures dotted in between the text. Eggs and sausage, French toast dusted with powdered sugar, a basket of chicken strips, steak and mashed potatoes, a bright green salad, and more. Diner food in its purest form. Your curiosity was piqued. There were a lot of options.
Look, there's a kids section. That'll be a good place to check. Though, since it's a special occasion, it's okay to get any meal, even the pricier ones.
What? You were almost never allowed to do that. Yay.
That goes for you too as well. Don't worry about anything and get whatever food you prefer.
Thank you.
Yay!
Any food and treat other kids? Mama was really in a good mood. Did she get a big bonus for moving or something? You could only imagine. But not for long, because another person approached the table. Yusuf.
Hello, I'm Yusuf. I'll be your waiter tonight. Thank you for coming. Great. Hi.
Yusuf had warm brown skin and warmer brown eyes, though his hair was a cool black. He kept it up in a neat ponytail. A heavy buckle-strapped apron with a checkered pattern hid his normal clothes, and a short beard covered much of his facial features. It didn't hide his welcoming smile. He had a generic notepad and pressed a pen to it, poised for taking notes. That made you think of Autumn right away. Okay, so now that I've seen Tamarack a little bit more, do I think she could be a bear or someone else? Something else. Um hmm. When I think of a bear, I think of either a frightening creature, or I think of a creature that is lazy and wanders around in the forest. And I don't know if I would because I had those associations, I don't know if I would associate with Tamarack with a bear. But I'm also thinking about Winnie the Pooh, who is a bear. She could be like Winnie the Pooh. Well, I'm trying to see any other animal that I would associate with her. Um, maybe she's like, if I didn't say a bear, maybe she's like a squirrel or a hamster. Maybe one of them. Maybe that. Maybe that's what I would say. Like one of those rodents, not the right word. What's I don't know what like group of animal like hamster and squirrel are part of, but like whatever that group of animals is, maybe that. You only realized you were starting to stare at him when a smile curled up on Chu's face. He probably got why you were looking without you needing to say so. You've been thinking of him and he knew it. That was only fair. Chu thought about a, Chu thought a lot about you too. The secret joke passed and Chu turned away from you to address the server. Hey. Huh? Since when was he that casual with adults he didn't know? From the way Chu was with your mama, the one where Green came as a complete shock. Only to you though, Yusuf responded in an even less than expected way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like he's been here before, right? He would probably know who Yusuf is. Hey, this is not the usual company for you. That's right. Things are changing around here. You have forgotten for a second that you knew everybody and everything, even the randoms waited in the diner. Are they? Yusuf's eyes narrowed in confusion for a second. Next, Mama got a special interest from him, though a different kind. Instead of looking sharply, his expression opened up in wonder. How do you know Chu, if I may ask? You may. We're his new neighbors, Mama said with a pleased tap on the menu in front of her. We moved into Golden Grove, just yesterday actually. Immediately Mama added a clarification. She batted her hands in the air between herself and you. Yesterday for me and him. She, then pointed to Tamarack on the opposite side, your mama continued. Moved in a bit before us. She's not mine. Neither is Chu, of course. I did get permission to take him out to dinner, however. It's all above board. Tamarack smooshed the silver spoon into her cheek. She grinned at Yusuf as best as she could with a utensil pressing her cheek down. There was an immediate shift in the man's attitude. He took the pen from the paper and stepped forward his broad arms. Talking to the server, someone behind the counter was really different from talking to them when they weren't working. Probably because when a person was doing a job, everything they meant to say was decided by a boss or a whole giant company. Then all of a sudden it seemed like Mr. Yusuf, the waiter, had clocked out. Welcome to town. Can I ask your names? Sure, I'm Opal Whitlock. This is my son Pascal. I'm Tamarack. I saw you before with my Omi and Opa. Opa liked your beard. I thought that might have been you. Give your Opa my thanks. His beard is nice as well. I'm Mr. Kiyan Yusuf. I also live in Golden Grove. He recited an introduction exactly the way Chu would have wanted him to. Well, besides spelling it out. Mr. Kiyan Yusuf might have questioned how you knew Chu first, but you were wondering the same thing about him. He lifted a notepad in front of his chest, returning to being a waiter. Can I get you something to drink? Just water's fine. Yeah, you could have said that for her. It didn't matter how big an occasion was, paying for drinks at a restaurant was still going too far. Let me rephrase. What I mean to say, please get a drink. It'll be on the house. Oh, no, you don't need to do that. I know, but I would like to do it. I'm only filling as a server tonight. I'm allowed to make those decisions. Even when insisting on something, Mr. Yusuf had a gentle way of putting his words. He could have been a narrator for a storybook with no problem. We're all neighbors in a town this small. Chu nodded along and even gave a thumbs up. They were in cahoots. Was it some kind of secret welcome committee in Golden Grove, and was everybody part of it? What harm is there in being hospitable to those you be seeing often? If you want to return the favor, come back another day. Well, you make a good point, Yusuf. She was being honest. Your mama would have told him if he was saying nonsense. Only reasonable arguments could be tolerated, and mama was practical, not a stickler. If you sure, I'll have a cup of water and a root beer. Extra ice. I haven't had that in years, and I feel festive. Mama's new chipper mood was contagious, and Yusuf gave a rumbly chuckle. It's a festive day, isn't it? Ah, I imagine you're celebrating your new home. I could add a scoop of ice cream to that. She boggled at Yusuf with his many sweet suggestions. No, it was with a smile. There was no reason to go through the process of accepting a kind gesture again. Mom embraced it wholeheartedly. A root beer float it is. Root beer float. He repeated her words as he wrote them down, speaking more softly than before. Whoa. Your mama, a person who never ordered anything more exciting than a water with a slice of lemon for her entire life, was gonna get a root beer float. I've never had a root beer float before. I don't think I even had a root beer before. Having it confirmed that the drinks will be free brought new life to Mr. Chulin. He continued to put Yusuf in a separate category from other adults. No best behavior required. The gloves were completely off now, not just literally. He leaned over one elbow, and put on the accent of voice whenever he talked about Baxter.
Waiter, get me a hot chocolate, and I want a whipped cream and chocolate syrup on top.
After how indulgent Yusuf had been with Mama, Chu's request was met with a flat skepticism. Chu returned Yusuf's stare with $1,000,000 smile. It was easy to act like you were a rich person when nothing had to be paid for. Mr. Yusuf had a hand to put on the. Mr. Yusuf put a hand to the table and lowered himself towards the younger boy, like it was some kind of negotiation, and in a way it was. Hold on. Okay. I kind of didn't really pay attention to what he actually ordered. So I have to go back and reread it. I'll give it to you, but the powder will be stirred into water.
Water? Is he lactose intolerant?
Your mama blinked and stammered. That was news to her. It was news to you, too. Yusuf stood tall again. He told the facts straight. He is. Mr. and Mrs. Lynn only let him have hot chocolate occasionally because of that, and only when it's made with water. You were lactose intolerant, too. Not being able to have milk must have been tough. Well, I am blessed with the ability to process lactose in my system, so I can proudly say that I'm not lactose intolerant. And I feel sorry for those who are. I have a cousin who's lactose intolerant, and she still eats dairy products, even though it makes her feel bad. And we always tell her, like, girl, don't eat that, don't drink that, but she don't care. Unless her parents make her not eat it. They may not be here in person, but I will still follow their wishes.
Fine, you can make it with water.
You just witnessed an incredible downside of being so well known. Everybody was aware of what you weren't supposed to be doing and could call you out on it. Don't you was a compromiser, not a quitter.
Can I still have the whipped cream? That's the most important part.
Chu squeezed his hands together. The person at the interview pose morphed into a pitiful beggar act. His big, sharp, rich guy attitude show hadn't lasted long. Yusuf remained calm in the face of such pleading, merely scratching his hairy chin. Oh my gosh. Because I respect your parents, I will not give their son a full cup of milk. But because I'm not your parent, I can look past a bit of whipped cream today.
Yeah, thanks, Uncle.
Oh, sweet. Hot chocolate secured. Chu smoothly transferred his tilt from his right elbow out towards the world to the left, the one inward to the table.
He's not my real uncle. Kids he knows just get them call him that. Like how Tamarack's Omi is everybody's granny. Oh, wow.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You got a new granny, and now you might have an uncle too? He was already offering presents. Your small family of mama and you was getting a whole lot bigger. Oh. Tamara couldn't remain quiet any longer. You were honestly surprised she waited as long as she did. Wide-eyed and rambling, Tamara went through the process of requesting a special drink.
Do you have tea?
Yes, various types.
Then I want a chamomile or apple cinnamon, please. Okay. And it has to have sugar and milk in it. Of course. Do you have honey?
Yusuf added notes one after the other, keeping track of what she didn't want likely would have been easier. He laughed about it.
Yes. I'll bring out everything we have for teas for you.
The young lady swished the spoon around like a conductor's baton, and the drink order had been a grand opera.
Woo! Wonderful. Wonderful. You should get something fun. It's the first day of school. That's the sole reason to celebrate. Now, what do you want, Pascal?
You told the waiter what you were thinking yourself. You whispered an answer to Mama. You pointed on the menu at what you wanted. You shook your head, not wanting to do this at all. We'll talk to the waiter. And what you said was, I just want water, a glass of cola. I want a cup of orange soda. I want a lemon lime soda. Can I get a ginger ale? Do you have kind of apple cider, the cold kind? Do you have hot apple cider? I would like a glass of milk. I would like hot tea, just normal root beer. I want a root beer float too. A glass of lemonade. Do you have Shirley Temples? A milkshake. I would like some hot chocolate. Coffee. Okay, so my staple drink to order at this time period will be lemonade. I have never been someone to enjoy soft drinks, ginger ale, that type of fizzy carbonated stuff. Cola? Like, is this like Coca-Cola? Is that what that means? I don't think my parents would ever let me drink that back in the day. I do like tea though, but I'll probably drink lemonade. Oops. There we go. A lemonade. After a nod, Yusuf transferred the pen to the same hand that held the notepad. He lowered them both. I'll return shortly with your drinks. Please take a minute to browse the menu. He left you there, leaving with wide, purposeful strides. Mama watched him walk away.
Small town hospitality is a treat, isn't it?
Yeah. He quietly glanced through the meal options. During that time, the man who had the ham and hat left. The ham was gone. He still had the hat. Then Yusuf reappeared to serve a round of drinks. He put in the dinner order before he left you to enjoy this gift. And enjoy it you did. From the very first sip, it was so yummy. Drew knocked back his mug of hot chocolate with gusto and got whipped cream mustache for effort. Tamarack poured in so much milk and sugar and honey that a tea spilled over on the top of the cup. She had to level back down by bringing her face near the table and sucking the drink without touching the glass. Finally, she made use of the spoon that she'd been cradling the entire time to mix the sweet slurry. A little more drip down her sides. Your mama savored the once and a decade root beer float as slowly as possible. She didn't care if the ice cream melted. None was loud or fast or busy at the dinner table. A person pretty much had to take it easy in a place like this. There was no other way to be. When it arrived, the main course tasted okay. Food was food, and you'd rather not be hungry. We didn't get to choose our meal. I would have loved to choose that. Tamarack and Chew stuck to the grown-up appropriate conversations over dinner, like what you learned in class. There were a lot of things kids can only talk about with each other. Mama shared about her day, including a horrifying story about how she thought there was a mouse in the master bedroom. But after catching it underneath one of the boxes, it turned out to be a larger than normal heap of dust. She insisted that bad lighting in there could have fooled anyone. And then the food was gone. Sort of. You weren't able to finish everything. It was too much. You were able to finish every bite. Your mama didn't. I've always been known to eat all my food and then try to eat off the plates of everyone else. Mama hardly touched half of the sides that came with a home-style meatloaf. She planned to take them home and add it to her lunch tomorrow. In a rare event, Chew and Tamarack and you were all a total match. They left not one crumb nor a single drop either. The plates that were empty got stacked and used napkins were piled on top. Your mama made sure that the table was as neat as a mess of dirty stuff could be. That tower of dishes caught your waiter's attention, and Yusuf approached your booth once more. He always had something in hand when he stopped by. This time it was a frayed, faux leather folder. Yusuf placed it on the table. You got a better look then. In gold letters across the top, it said, "Thank you." He brought the check before Mama needed to ask for it. "Hello. I hope you enjoyed your meals."
They were wonderful. Thank you for asking. And thank you again for the drinks.
Mama's praise brought a grin to Yusuf's face. The local waiter toyed with his buckle on the apron, straightening it like it was a medal of honor pinned to his chest. He served his customers well that night. "Thank you for coming in. You pay up front."
Sure, I'll handle it. Oh, can we get a couple to-go boxes?
"Yes."
That's great. One more question.
Mama lowered her voice in an exaggeratedly strained whisper as though the people at the next booth were secretly listening to the conversation.
The diner table?
She says I'll not let that go. Is she seriously gonna ask him about it for real?
Is that a pun on purpose or did someone miss an N?
Grimacing, Yusuf glanced over his shoulder. He shared her pain and her concerns about being heard. "I would not have chosen that if it had been up to me, but yes, that is the intended name."
Huh. There you have it. You were right, Pascal. That's all. Thank you for your gracious help tonight, Yusuf. You feel extremely welcome.
"Glad to hear it. Good night, everyone."
Bye.
"Goodbye. Thank ya. Good night. Nice meeting ya. You better leave him a good tip, Mama." Bye and thanks." You gave him a big grin. You waved farewell. You sighed impatiently. You sat there silently until he was gone. "Good night." Yusuf offered one last friendly smile and then took the plates of dishes and two cups off to the kitchen.
Could you stand up for a minute, dear? I need to get past.
You scooted out of your seat as she asked. Mama had a few words as she got to her feet.
Stay in the booth while I'm gone. I'll come right back, and then we'll pack up the leftovers and head home, okay?
Yep. She left in the opposite direction Yusuf had gone. Her feet were muted thumbs against the thin carpet. You had the booth to yourself then. None of the grown-ups were left. When she was sure of that, he abruptly stretched himself farther across the table, poised like he was ready to pounce. "I found the stuff." And that was as long as he could hold a straight face. Chu erupted with laughter. "I can't believe you broke into my backyard again."
How did you know I'd gone in there before?
"You have? I was talking about Pascal."
Oh. Yeah.
She just admitted to cry when he didn't even know about it.
Yeah. I've gone through there lots of times. Whenever I want to get to a path.
I'm not the only one who did it. I'm not the one who did it. Only Tamarack snuck in.
Oh, so she's the real criminal.
He nodded along, entirely able to believe that. And even if he had doubted the truth, Tamarack claimed ownership of the stunt just as easily.
Mm-hmm.
Chu smirked from his cozy spot in the booth while drumming his entire palm against the table in a loop.
It was pretty cool. Thanks.
Tamarack was brimmed with pride over the results of the adventure. Chu sighed softly, and then the pattern stopped. He returned to peace. Then Tamarack gave a big stretch. You could watch her reach her arms up. You could watch her reach up her arms and the spoon. You could see the sense of movement of her legs under the table.
Omi and Opa might really be asleep when I get home this time.
Oh no. Are you gonna hold down the doorbell for a whole 5 minutes? He joked. I hope you bang on the door. I hope people are funny. Really? Mama stays up way later than this. We'll figure something out, I promise. Mama could call them. They probably hear the phone ring. What are you gonna do? Do you have a key? You looked at her questioningly. You quietly listened. You gasped. You rolled your eyes. Oh no.
Maybe I'll have to sleep outside. I'll hide under a bush in my backyard.
What?
Not really. They'll get up.
Jeez, Tamarack. That was all she wanted to say about it, and Tamarack started talking about a totally different thing. She chatted while tapping her heels against the back of the support booth.
I came to this diner place a few days ago. Before that, I'd never seen it. Cool. I've been here tons of times. Me and my mom and dad are regulars. Wow. I've never been regular anywhere. I bet you can be now. 2 down, 8 to go for Tamarack. 1 down, 9 to go for Pascal. Or something. It could be dozens of visits that make somebody a regular. Or 20? Chu's attempt at giving regular advice tapered into nothing. He might have been one, but putting a number to what made somebody normal somewhere wasn't easy. Oh, guess what, Pascal? That question came with a low chuckle. Omi and Opa are gonna let me come again for weeks. Because of you, they were wrong. Thanks for bringing me, Pascal. You're welcome. Her bright eyes fluttered closed. The pattern of her feet kept going. It was only sound left. Full and warm and sleepy, you felt every second of what you had been through lately. You done so much and met a lot of people. How did that much happen in only 2 days? It was unbelievable. Against your will, your body slid lower into the booth. Gravity was suddenly a lot harder to resist. Sitting tall was no longer an option. Your drowsy gaze wandered towards the table in the dark night beyond. It had been done in the parking lot beside the diner. Excuse me. Not even lampposts. You hadn't expected to look at anything in particular, but it was raining. That you could see. Water streamed down the glass pane. Some point between when you walked from the car into the diner table, the first sprinkle of fall began. Inside, you couldn't hear it happen. You couldn't hear it happen even a little. The thump, thump, thump of Tamarack's boots was a close match, though. You always loved the rain. It was never too much. You always loved the rain, especially when it was really stormy. Regular rain just got in the way, but real storms were exciting. The rain could be nice sometimes. Some days you wish it would just go away. Rain could be nice. It was best when it was stormy, though. Rain had to happen sometime. It wasn't a good thing or bad thing to you. You hated it when it rained. It made you feel sad. You hated it when it rained. Why would you want to get drenched? Normal rain was nice, but it was scary if thunder and lightning happened. Rain wasn't good ever, but it was even more terrible when there was thunder and lightning. I love thunderstorms. I love the harsh downpour of rain. Especially when I'm indoors. If I'm indoors and it's storming outside, it just makes me feel cold. Like at night, it makes me feel cozy and warm and so secure. I don't know. It's kind of weird a little bit, I guess. Some people would think that's like scary, but being inside in a thunderstorm makes me feel. It makes it feel like, cause I guess the thunderstorm kind of gives me a sense that I'm like confined in the house for shelter, and it kind of makes me cozy. I don't know. That might be weird. Yeah. Relaxing even more, you stared absent-mindedly in the black panel. Each time you opened your eyes after a slow, heavy blank, the pattern of droplets clanging to the window changed. There were endless orange and red and yellow and gold leaves in the groove, especially when you're sleeping. When I'm trying to go to sleep, and it's raining hard, and some light thunder, it's nice to go to sleep too. When the thunder's like right by your house, though, that's kind of too much. that's a lot. But that wasn't everything striking about the current season. The weather, the thick gray clouds that shower the world, were just as important to the cold autumnness of a place. When you thought of fall, the pitch in your head was of leaves and the droplets of water falling. And it had arrived. You'd arrived too. When your family wanted to go out to eat, you went to the local diner and the waiter there treated you special because you were a local. When you wanted to leave, you had a house with a room that was all set up and waiting for you to go back to. When tomorrow came, you would continue studies as a student at North Acre Elementary School. You were in room 24 with Mrs. Murray for a teacher. When you saw your neighbors, you knew who they all were.
and you had friends. You were going to be in that place for the rest of autumn. You'd be there still for winter, and when the new year came, seasons will be coming and going with you and Golden Grove, for you weren't sure how long. What you didn't know was this: every moment of it was now your life. Our life. Step 1 moment section. So we do have one moment to play. Nice. Now that you're beginning your life in Golden Grove, you may want to check back on the details of your character or update them. The info button on the right side of the screen will bring up a menu with several options. The first menu is your details. Here you could change your sticker, swap between multiple sets of pronouns if applicable, toggle dress up sections on and off, and update your nickname preferences. You can also check your relationship with True and Tamarack with the True Relationship and Tamarack Relationship buttons on the left. Enjoy your time in Golden Grove. Okay. Do I move these? Wait, can I go back? What did she tell me? Or it tell me? Um, Change the sticker, swap pronouns, toggle dress up sections, update. Okay. So, preferences, choose. Okay, so it's the same stuff like that. We can't change it. Tall. Body type small. Okay, everything seems to be fine. I don't need to change anything. Return the game. Walks. Begin moment. Play the walks moment. Yes. Okay, there go my crown. Okay, so I said that I wasn't gonna wear the head accessories indoors. That's the reason why I couldn't see it. Okay, that's fine. Do I click this? Okay. Hello again. We got another brief tutorial for you. This time to explain the concept of link movements. All the scenes in the game have bits and pieces and certain choices that will end up impacting later parts of a story. However, there are some sections that are especially tied together. The moment walks and the moment wheels are examples of that. They're link moments. Even though you chose walks, you can still pivot to the wheels movement. That's because the stories share an introduction. If you chosen wheels first instead, the opening scene will be the same. In this link opening scene, True and Tamarack have different ideas of how to spend a weekend. You can be a tiebreaker, leave it up to them. But either way, the group will plan to do other suggestions on another Saturday. When or if you choose to do the second moment in the pair, the game will acknowledge how it was already a set plan you made in advance. If you replay the game, it's definitely suggested to switch up the order you do the moments to see how things change. There aren't any other link moments in step 1, though there will be more in steps 2 and 3. It was Saturday, one of the 2 days of the week when there was no school at all. It was so great not having to do that. Why couldn't every day be a no school day for real? You had lunch at home with Mama a little bit ago when she tackled the after meal cleanup. Your mama encouraged you to go outside while the weather was good. There was only a 17% chance of rain, she told you. And then she went to ramble on about how it seemed in this town, and then over 20% was essentially a guarantee of at least some drizzling. Talk about weather had gone on for another minute before she remembered you were standing there listening. Mama urged you again to leave her to the dishes and go enjoy the weekend. Oops. It was under those circumstances that Mr. Chu Lin and gathered yourself and Tamarack Bauman in the center of the cul-de-sac for neighborhood meeting. This is so funny to me how it says, Mama urged you again to leave her to do the dishes and enjoy the weekend. Not my parents. Why should they have to do the dishes? And it's the weekend. If it's the weekend, that means you got time to do them dishes. That's how my parents would be. So it's like the fact that she's urging us to go out and play while she's doing the household chores, like that's like a foreign concept to me. She had something she wanted to ask. He had something he wanted to ask. Do you have bikes?
No.
She came out with a reply immediately.
What?
Chu's shouted reaction was even more instant somehow. His brain hadn't prepared for anything other than a yes.
How do you live without a bike? Like this.
The golden-haired girl did a little jig to show how great she was living with no bike. She tapped her toes and waved her hands in the air. Chu leaned his face away from the show.
All right, okay. What about something else? Anything with wheels?
Just like that, her limbs flopped down again. Tamara squished her lips from one side of her face to the other, thinking.
I've got a scooter for my mom and dad in one of the closets. That works.
Chu rolled with the change in expectations, and he glanced at Chu.
Pascal?
Yeah, I got my bike. You have a bike too. Yep. You gave Chu the answer he was looking for with a nod. Why do you want to know? You just stared at him. You lowered your eyes shyly shyly to the tarmac. Yep. Chu hewed in relief. Finally, Chu revealed the reason why he'd been so keen on all this wheel talk.
You know, I'm meeting with the club today. Oh.
Chu's boys club, or boys club, whatever they decide to call it. Him and the two older kids. Darren, the cute boy, and the one you weren't so sure about. I love how they remember my choices. I remember I had to choose how I thought about them. Yeah, I said Darren was cute, and I wasn't sure about Baxter. I love that.
It's a sort of a club thing, but you can hang out with us. I thought we could go on a ride together and everybody would like it.
Chu scratched the back of his head with his left hand. Was Tamara the only kid in Oregon who didn't have a bike? You did, and Chu did, and his friends must have too, so maybe...
It'll be okay if we go on foot. We still got the whole afternoon and the whole group. I don't want to go to the stinky town. Sorry.
Calling Golden Grove the stinky town got a stunned chuckle from Chu, but Tamara was totally serious.
Why can't we do things in the neighborhood? 'Cause we live here, we always stay in the neighborhood. It'd be cool to leave while we can. I bet you would like it where we go 'cause it's the park. There's plenty of trees and stuff around. Have you seen that, huh? It's on the opposite side of the town from us, back where the high school is. The park is the best place to ride for speeds and tricks. There are no cars or hills. But just walking around is good too.
Tamara narrowed her eyes in silence. That itself was an obvious answer to Chu's question. She had not seen the park.
Wait.
You did. So did Chu. The neighborhood on the right was thinking hard. She let out a sharp gasp as she hopped into the air, like a top popping.
Is that the special thing?
Whoa. Laughing and shaking his head, Chu barely managed to give Tamarack a straight answer.
No, it's not the park. That thing is totally in the forest.
His snickers and voice got quieter the more they went on until you could hardly hear him.
I don't remember I said that. I should have written it down before school.
After the total swerve Tamarack had managed to pull, Chu took over the situation again.
Yeah, I could show you that, if you want to do it.
It was happening. You might really find out what the special thing was. Chu was totally unfazed by your reaction. He was too committed in going on with his own explanations.
The rest of the club will come with us too. We will have to give up on riding through town and seeing the park though.
For someone talking about not doing what he wanted to do, Chu's voice was light and carefree. Oops.
Okay, I want to do the special thing. Cool.
Okay, I need to go to the commode real quick. Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Also, I don't think I'm just now noticing that I never turned on the desktop audio. Okay, this is a little late, but now y'all can hear the music. Oops, sorry y'all. So, I could say me too, we've got to see the special thing. The possibility of going off into the woods brighten your mood. Can we ride stuff to the special place? Then we could do both ideas. We couldn't go on a ride anymore? I wanted to do that. You saying the original plan couldn't happen made your shoulder slump. I'd rather see the park than whatever's in the forest. You know, there's more days than today. There's time to do everything we want. Those two were talking just themselves. You had nothing to do with that. You glanced back and forth between the kids, too shy to participate in the planning. None of that sounded any good to you. How about we ride to the place? No? Okay, that was a bad idea.
That'd be tough. There's no place to lock up the bikes or stuff nearby. And once we make it to the forest, the path will be too rocky and covered in weeds for Tamarack's scooter to ride over.
That revelation deflated Tamarack's enthusiasm for 100% to maybe 60%.
All we gotta do to make this work is promise to hang out again. We can go to one place this time, and next time we can do the other thing. Everybody will get everything, and nobody will miss out on anything cool. Ah, that fixes it. That fixes it.
I don't know, I kind of feel like my Tamarack is not as good as it was before. My Tamarack voice, I don't know, it sounds different today. It looked like Tamarack wasn't committed to playing with the boys club after all. She just agreed to spend 2 weekend days doing none. She just agreed to spend 2 weekend days doing so without blinking. In fact, she was super perky about it. The roundabout trip of words Chu laid out had taken Tamarack from a point of complete disinterest to feeling like a boys club activities were pure genius. At some point, Chu had shifted his hands behind his back. He kept that wide, I can't believe it's all coming together grin as he popped up and down on the balls of his feet. The thing was, Tamarack would have gone over that without Chu's fancy footwork. He was certain of it. He didn't need to try that hard. Chu was crazily over the top with how he got along with people, but Tamarack was extra straightforward.
Pascal, you're the tiebreaker. I want to see the special thing, and Chu want to do the other thing. Yeah, we need you to vote. Baxter and Darren don't know the plan. And anyways, they're not going to care if it's riding in the park or going to the forest place, especially if we're going to do both of them on different days. What do you think?
He asked with great eagerness. This is the final step of the perfect path Chu had laid out. You couldn't lie to yourself. He got in your interest. Honestly, you were curious about what might happen. Truthfully, you were happy to hang out with Chu and Tamarack no matter what you were doing. Overall, it didn't sound great, but you weren't going to be left behind. Well, there were worse things you could do. Tamarack was already joining, so you would. It was spending time with Chu. Obviously, you were going to join. No, why wouldn't you? Chu and Tamarack were the people you wanted to be around, but you didn't want anything to do with that. Still, you couldn't do it. I'm curious. Yeah, we should go to the special place today and the park another time. Yeah, we should go to the park today and the special place another time. I want to go to the special place now. I want to go to the park now. How come? Can we do the special place first? How come? Can we do the park first? You nodded. You sighed and shrugged. Okay, whatever you guys want. You shot him a thumbs up. I'll go. I love how none of these actually answer the question. Well, these two don't answer the question. These two don't answer the question. Let's go to the special place today. All right. A successful resolution was reached. Chu looked ready to do a victory lap around the cul-de-sac. Woo! And Tamarack was ready to follow him. All considering that it was Tamarack, she was ready to turn into a race and win the victory lap somehow.
It's a promise.
It was. You and your friends had a promise.
Oh.
He started suddenly from a thought in his own head, his eyes opening wide.
We're not going riding. I gotta call the guys so they don't bring bikes. Be back in a second.
Chu gives a thumbs up and dashed away before anyone could say anything about it. Tamarack kept her eyes fixed on the retreating boy, as if he might be trying to escape and not sure of the special place after all. Chu shut his house door behind him, and the neighborhood went completely silent. A realization came to you in Chu's wake. If you were leaving the neighborhood, your mama was going to need to know about it too. Mama didn't stop you from doing stuff. She just liked to be aware of what was going on. Tamarack, I'm going to tell my mama about what we're doing.
Okay. I'll stay right here.
Yeah, she was determined not to let Chu get away from this. With that, you left. You found Mama in the kitchen, explained what was going on, and went outside without any problems. Tamarack waved from a spot in the road. She hadn't moved an inch and was the only one there. Chu's job wasn't done yet. It took a long time of standing there, probably 10 minutes before Chu came back. Eventually, though, he bust through the white door, yelling ahead of himself. He must have agreed that it took forever, because he wasn't even wasting a second then.
It's all good.
When Autumn arrived at the center of the cul-de-sac, he wiped his forehead with a gloved hand and he talked some more.
Everybody ready? Yes. Yes.
Tamarack's voice was low and serious.
I am very ready.
I'm ready too. And so you and your two neighbors set out for places unknown. Well, unknown to most of you. The first leg of the journey took you down the hilly road. It was the only path out of your neighborhood. You had to follow it even to get to the super secret location. Your small group marched along until you arrived at the heart of town. You had to crane your neck to take in a full view of the swirling arch marked Golden Grove. It towered over the main street and all the people in it. This is real pretty. I love it so much. I've always wanted to live in a small town like this with a nice little market square. These little, I don't know how to describe it, but like, you know, like these side front stores with nice like vintage style like tables and lamps, street lights, whatever you call them. I don't know, like this aesthetic. I've always dreamed about living in a place like this. It didn't distract you for long. You scurried out of the road before the car could come by. Chu and Tamarack were right behind you. I've always lived in like, I've either lived in the city, but I've never lived in like a big city like New York or something like that. I've lived in a city, but I've always lived like in the residential area of the city. So like there's a residential area, and then once you leave the residential area, it's like, you know, urban, I guess. I don't know. It's not like close and cozy like this. It's just like urban area. Now I live in the suburbs, but the suburbs don't look like this. It's still really like busy urban, you know, environment instead of having like this small town cozy feel. It didn't distract you for long. You scurried out of the road before the car could come by. Chu and Tamarack were right behind you. That was the first time you gone to go around town just cause, for fun and because you could. You had to pass through part of Golden Grove on the way to school, but you'd never been on the main street. Tamarack silently came up to your side. She made a squashed face out of the sight of the local boy, conveying that she for sure still didn't like the stanky town. You couldn't get why, it was so cool. She was being silly. The town looked super nice. It was mean. Golden Grove was a good place. You found it to be disappointing in real life after what you imagined. And she was right. You already gotten sick of the place. Personally, you lost your original interest and thought of it as normal. She was being silly. It's beautiful. Chu couldn't stay out of even a wordless exchange for long. He began to list out what exactly the buildings were. There's a barber store? I have never heard that before. A barber store. I've always called it a barber shop. Yeah. A barber shop. Like, I've always used shop and not store. But that's so weird. Like, hearing a barber store. Like, when I think of the word barber store, that makes me think that it's like a place where you buy like barbering tools. Like, that's what that reminds me of. I'm pretty sure that's not what it's supposed to be. Barber store. That's interesting. There's a barber store, clothing place, library, antique shop, thrift store. At that, he paused the bullet points to fit in a sly joke. Though, not like you can tell the difference between those two. They're both selling old junk no one wants anymore. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. Chu and Tamarack snickered together. Not even Golden Grove itself was safe from Chu's teasing ways.
My Omi loves antique shops and thrift stores.
Yeah, she does. Oh, and down on the corner there is the corner store. You've never been in, right? It's a great place. Tons of stuff, and it usually costs a few dollars or less. I gotta say something about it, but let's wait for the club. And that's what he did. Chu zipped his lips and folded his arms. You guess he wasn't tired of keeping people in suspense, even if it was revealing one mystery. Tamarack let out a puttery breath and slumped against the brick wall behind you.
Okay, we can wait again.
You, Tamarack, and Chu held down the meetup spot. Random adults passed by every once in a while. A lot of them said hello to Chu. They knew him. Tamarack said hi to all of them. She didn't know those people. It took even longer than it did for Chu to make those calls. But then Tamarack flung her arms towards the other side of the street. She sounded the alarm and brought an end to the watch.
There!
He followed her guideline. A pair of figures were speeding around the corner.
Whoa, Darren, Baxter!
Chu sprang into the curb of the sidewalk. He waved the two of them over with both arms. The missing members of his club joined the group, settling exactly into place at Chu's sides, like the gloves he wore on each hand. It's like that his like bodyguards, like his posse. Like, if you ever watch a TV show, like a high school TV show, with a bully, how they have these two friends that are always on the right and the left side of the bully behind them. They're kind of like that. Like his posse, like Chu's like the head honcho, which he is kind of, and then like his loyal friends flanked on both sides.
Hi.
Hey. Darren beamed at Chu's enthusiasm for a second. It faded fast when he glanced at who else was there. Looking was all he did, though. He wasn't going to point out the obvious again. Darren had resigned himself to hanging out with more than just the usual boys-only trio. That was better than loudly being against it. Baxter's expression wasn't exactly happy either, though he was smiling. That's cause a smirk didn't count as being friendly.
Hi.
And Tamarack's greeting was exactly the same as the ones given to total strangers who happened to cross a path. This was the only time you had all gotten together to do something, and it sure was obvious.
Alright, people, we're here. We know the plan.
Special place! Oh no, she whispered those words. Okay, hold on.
Special place.
Tamarack whispered those words into a scoff, anticipation sharpening her tone.
Yeah, but before we leave town, let's get supplies. The corner shop is right there.
And so that's what he meant. Chu had been planning a detour into the store. To get my Irish back in my mind. Hold on. Okay.
Don't go into woods unprepared, because the things in the woods are prepared for you.
No.
Don't go into the woods unprepared, because the things in the woods are prepared for you.
Exactly. Chu could count on his club following his lead, and instead of looking to the biggest possible source of disagreement, Tamarack.
Come on. Come on. We can pick out some stuff. It's going to be great.
Tamarack's eyes narrowed, almost like Chu giving her a dare, and she was gonna beat it. Then she went for her messenger bag. From its depths, Tamarack revealed a plastic bag, jam-packed with cashews. And it wasn't a snack-sized bag; it was a sandwich-sized one.
I've already got food. This isn't even all, and I didn't have to pay for anything.
Darren brought a hand to his face, astounded. Chu scratched his hand at a loss. Baxter couldn't care less. He was not involved in the happenings.
She actually is prepared. Huh. Yeah, I guess you don't have to do that.
Your neighbors were on the same page about the plan didn't last long. Chu liked to ride places. Tamarack would rather walk. Tamarack brought her own treats. Chu preferred to buy snacks along the way. They lived on opposite sides of the cul-de-sac and lived opposite lives, and you were in the middle of it.
Me, Darren, and Baxter still gotta stock up. Pascal too, maybe. And it's fun to look around, you know.
Tamarack crammed a bag of cashews into a bigger pack once more. Her face of pride had fallen into a frown.
Fine, but after that we have to go to the special place. Thanks. Pascal?
Sure, we can go in.
Awesome.
The now complete group first order of business commenced. You crowded your way through the door at the end of the sidewalk. Having to exist on a single corner really didn't allow for much space for the store part of the corner store. The entire place was probably smaller than your classroom. No, for real. Wait, hold on. They got honey made graham crackers. I'm pretty sure there's vanilla wafers. Oh my god, they have actual like brand names in here. That's crazy. I love honey made graham crackers. I used to eat them all the time as a child. And Nilla wafers too. I didn't eat them as much as graham crackers, but Nilla wafers. I'm pretty sure that's Nilla wafers. It looks like it. Do I recognize any other brands? Hold on. I think this might be Town Hop. Well, never mind. That's not a cracker box. Never mind. Let me see. Let me look around some more. I don't know. I don't recognize anything else, but honey made, like that's clearly honey made graham crackers. It was warm inside and the air was stiller. Wooden panels covered the ground, thick wood beams crossed the ceilings, and shelves tightly packed the familiar snacks that would fit whoever possible. Instead of being inside an extra small shop, it was more like being inside a gigantic treasure chest. You checked out the things closest to the front. She wasn't kidding when he said it had a lot of stuff. Your light steps still crackled against the hard floor. They resounded above the slight hum coming from the fridge in the back. Nearby, Tamarack switched ahead this way and that to grasp everything in the new environment as rapidly as possible. On one twist, her eyes met with yours. She didn't keep going from there. Tamarack continued to look at you. She grinned. It was easy for her to know what was going. It was easy for you to know what was going on in Tamarack's mind. You and her were the same again. It was both your first times being in this place. After everything you've already done, you were still newcomers in this town. Meanwhile, Chu and his crew moved into the store as if it was their own living room. They navigated the chip and cracker aisle without much thought. Left to confront the hundreds or thousands of things there to be bought, you unconsciously patted the pockets of your clothes. You had a little more than $4 in bills and some change. You had around $3 of cash and coins. You had a $1 bill and enough change to be over to $2 in total. You only had coins, about $1 worth. You had a single dime. All your money was at home. You didn't have any money. Why would you have any? Yeah, I mean, we were planning to go to the store, right? So it's like, why would I have money on me? I always leave my stuff out. Well, now I take everything with me. But for a long time, I would leave my wallet always at home if I never intended on going anywhere where I might need it. Oops. Thoughts on your personal savings were interrupted when your ears caught onto a peculiar conversation. The trio of boys started chatting about something while wandering the aisles.
Who did it before? I don't remember.
I can do it. That solution didn't satisfy Mr. Chu Lin. He groaned dramatically.
You're probably the one who handled it the first time. You don't remember that, remember? I know that much. Who was it before the last time, me or you?
Chu definitely jabbed a finger into Darren's shoulder. Baxter was out of the question for whatever that was.
It's been a while since then. It could have been either of us.
Refusing to accept the situation so obvious he could see it from a distance, Baxter offered another suggestion.
Hey, we could play rock, paper, scissors.
Though he knew what he was doing, every inch of Baxter's face and note of his voice expressed amusement. It wasn't only Autumn who was unimpressed then. Darren and Chu heaved sighs in unison, dipping their heads low before smiling playfully at one another.
You know, that's a good idea, right, Darren? Yeah, it'll settle this perfectly.
The tallest of the group pulled himself up even higher.
Ready to test your luck, Autumn? Nah, I don't need luck. It's rock, paper, scissors.
And then you heard something different. It was Tamarack, speaking specifically to you, but loud enough that it could be heard halfway across the store.
What are they talking about?
Each boy in the club turned to stare back at her, and then the person next to her. You. Darren stuck his hands into his pockets of his vest and did the thing where he retracted his neck inward, so he had to face people all the way.
We're figuring out whose turn it is. Yes. We're figuring out whose turn it is to buy food. Instead of everybody buying snacks for themselves, our group takes turns having one person to get all the supplies for the whole group to share.
Oh, that's nice.
Why?
Her big eyes were clear of anything taunting. It honestly didn't make sense in Tamarack's mind.
You pay a lot sometimes, or pay a little every time. It's not gonna make it different.
It's less boring.
Oh.
That simple line had actually kind of convinced her of the concept. For once, Baxter's contribution was accepted easily. Tamarack didn't have an interest in teasing him, and anything Baxter might have been up to didn't interest her beyond his face value.
Right, this makes things fun.
Fun or not, how much pocket money did these boys have? You couldn't afford a single gumball. Good luck, you guys. This is gonna be funny. That's a dumb plan. You keenly watched the exchange, curious to see how the game would go. There was no way that you risk having to pay for other people's snacks. Some people had weird ideas of fun. Let's watch.
And it's okay if you and Pascal want to eat from the pile too. We almost never finish it anyway.
Will Darren have something to say about that if he's gonna have to pay for it? Okay, no, he doesn't say anything about it.
Thanks. I'll share my stuff too. Awesome.
Chu breezily came back around to the original point.
Let's get it out of the way.
He leaned his weight onto one foot, stuck out a hip, and leveled a glance at his club.
Winner gets to be the Snack King, and the Snack King has to pay.
Darren and Baxter both nodded, Though only one of them did it with any concern for the possibility. Darren was the warrior.
Rock, paper, scissors!
The trio boys chanted the 3 words, bouncing their fists to the beat. On the final point, they each made their move. Chu and Darren had thrown down paper. Baxter was rock. He was a sore loser. Which, in that case, was a win. He wouldn't have to buy the snacks.
Okay, Baxter, get out.
Fine. Baxter lifted his hands in defeat, eyes closed. For a second, it seemed like he would take his blow without any smuggy business. Except, that was nice of you. He had one last line, giving a sneaky smirk. While you understood Baxter was being snooty, you didn't get exactly how. You could only shake his head.
I figured you should know since you're going to be living here from now on. Baxter only uses rock.
Oh, okay, so that was on purpose. Okay.
What?
Tamarack went from dead silent to releasing a high-pitched yelp. The volume was enough to cover the entire store that time.
Yep, he's never picked anything his whole life, I'm pretty sure. He hasn't for as long as I've known him, which is like 2 years.
Why? But that'd mean he'd always lose. What an idiot. That's genius. You stared, completely confused. The boldness of his strategy made you gasp. If he always does the same thing, what's the point of doing it? Strange, but you didn't really care. You shrugged. That makes sense to you. But that mean he'd always lose.
Not really.
His eyes squinted along the bottom edge of his nervous smile that pulled at his lips.
Baxter's kind of diabolical.
But true distress soon colored Chu's face. He threw out his arms to physically get his emotions across.
Doesn't it feel like cheating to beat him when you already know what he's gonna do? Me and Derek can almost never play paper when he's in the game.
The kid in question merely smiled with a lift of his chin. He saw no reason to explain or defend his devious behavior. Despite basically doing nothing, or maybe because of that, Baxter earned himself a friendly shove from Chu.
But this time it was alright, because Baxter needed to be out of the game. This is a battle between me and Darren.
Chu finished ribbing Baxter so he could sharpen his focus towards the real threat.
It's on now. I'm ready.
2 competitors face one another for final bout for the real competition. The title Snack King and the whole lot of pocket change was on the line. The audience remained still as they prepared their weapons. Then it began.
Rock, paper, scissors!
On the final word, Darren's full of glove fingers split into scissors. Chu's partially gloved hand flattened to paper once more.
No!
The prong of Darren's scissors instinctively curled inward, but it was too late. No amount of regret could change the facts. Scissors beats paper.
We've crowned a new Snack King!
Chu managed to blurt out before doubling over with riotous laughter.
Hooray! Thanks for the treat, Snack King!
Long live the Snack King! Woo, woo, woo! You applauded Chu on his loss. You clapped for Darren on his victory. You chuckled over the entire thing. Nice one, Chu. You amazing, Chu. You're a brave man, Darren. Thank goodness Chu lost. He deserved it. Thank goodness Chu won. He deserved that. It's alright, Darren. You tried your best. You rolled your eyes. Hurry up already. You simply waited for this to be done. Long live the Snack King. Baxter patted Darren's back in support. He had offered to pay for the snacks at the very beginning, and Darren could have used Baxter's strategy against him, but Darren never took the easy way. His victory was an honorable one.
Okay, I'll buy the snacks. Yeah, you will. Let's pick them out already.
Sure, come on. With that surprisingly not cocky smile, Baxter stretched his arm all around Darren's shoulders. The pair of older boys walked ahead. Chu didn't follow. He waited for his friends to be a good few rows down before twisting towards you and Tamarack. Psst! He whispered through his teeth, beckoning you closer, all while glancing over his shoulder to keep watch. Tamarack took a hop forward and then leaned back and forth, When the coast seemed clear, she leaned in to hear whatever message she was going to deliver. It wasn't super polite to talk behind your friends' backs, but you were willing to hear what it was actually about. I've got another secret for you. Darren doesn't like to play the same thing twice in a row. He doesn't usually go for Baxter's move either. So most of the time, after a round with Baxter and his rock, Darren ends up going with scissors. I could have left him off the hook too, but I thought it'd be nice for Darren to treat the new kids in town for a change. Even if he's only doing it because he's a snack king. Make sure to eat lots of our stuff. He did it for you? Oh, that's so sweet. And also Tamarack? But it also included you? That's so sweet. Tamarack squished her hands over her mouth. You could still hear the thrilled squeal she made. You and Tamarack sure didn't go to choose head. That was none, apparently. He shrugged up his shoulders while his arms were folded. It's kind of funny. The game doesn't matter doesn't matter a lot because they're both so obvious. Oh well, I make a lot of decisions for the group anyway. Spoken like a true club leader. You understood more why he kept showing up in front of you with plans out of nowhere. That was his normal life.
Hey, we can get the snacks now. I decided it.
She offered the suggestion sweetly. Technically, Chu already had the idea a minute ago, but he granted the attempt. You both knew Tamara was not somebody who left plans up to Chu. Those two rarely wanted to do the same thing. Wasn't already bad enough, you guess. That's good with me. Chu strolled off to join Darren and Baxter again. Tamara stayed hot on the boys' club heels. They wouldn't be left behind whether she needed to go shopping or not. There was nothing to do except let the boys browse. Eventually, everyone getting something had their choice. Yeah, and the five of you had gathered at the back of the store. She was in high spirits over the conclusion. He picked out a bag of spicy cheesy crunchy chips. Baxter chose sour gummies. The snack king got himself some beef jerky. Darren marched straight to the counter and slapped down a $10 bill. He called to his club without turning around.
Bring the stuff over. We gotta ring it up before we can buy it. Before I can buy it. Coming. Wow.
Flashing the amount of cash was apparently unbelievable to Tamarack. She watched the exchange happen as though Darren was making food appear out of thin air. Maybe she couldn't have bought something if she wanted to. Darren finished the purchase without any extra fuss. He got a big bag of treats and a little change and gripped both tightly in his hands. The exchange made you think of Mama. You remember telling her about Oregon when it was a sure thing you'd be moving there. She talked about how there was no sales tax. That is wonderful. Is that true? Yeah, I know that different states here in the US have different sales tax policies. I didn't know that Oregon had no sales tax. That's great. Where I live, there's a 6% sales tax. And I know some places have even higher than that. But I would love it if my state had no sales tax. That would be wonderful. The price on the sticker was the real amount you had to pay most of the time. Right? That would be wonderful. Your mama was funny and practical. Then the tax-free sale was done. Remember, the Snack King also gets the honor of carrying the goods for our subjects. Darren securely hooked the bag under one arm while stowing his coins in the pocket of his jeans. I know, Baxter. After a pit stop far more eventful than going shopping for snacks sounded like it'd be, the crew of kids left the corner store behind. We're gonna go to the place now. Chu made the announcement as he took the head of the pack. Tamarack was so fluffed up and excited about finally going to the special place, she didn't try to get in front of Chu. Oh, it could have been because she didn't know where he was heading. Special place, special place. The big group surrounding you and the brilliant sense of eagerness kept the fall chill away. You continued down Main Street for a few blocks, but soon had to turn down a side road. Whatever the special place was, it took longer to get there than the town and your school. It was beyond Golden Grove. The farther you went, the more the forest took control of the land again. People made structures, retreated among vibrant leaves, becoming fewer and fewer in number. Actually, it was a similar looking path to the one that led into your neighborhood. Instead of opening into a hidden neighborhood, the road you taken came to a sun-bleached parking lot. The only building left in sight was the diner table diner. Oh, that's why it was so familiar to you. You hadn't only been through streets that was similar. You gone through the exact way before, but in a car and at night. And now you were there again. On your own 2 feet, you've gone into the very outskirts of human civilization. At the end of that being an old-fashioned and just plain old American food restaurant. And the entire giant lot, you had more fingers on one hand than there were cars parked. All 3 of the vehicles were clustered together in a single section out of the way. Chu took a few more steps forward, splitting off of the group gathered at the edge of the lot. There's a trail a little bit past here. It leads all the way up into the mountains. His words projected loud through the wide open space, and he raised his arms up with a sound. A wall of rustling branches in the distance framed the silhouette of Chu's back. The forest looked impossibly thick that far from town. If you hadn't just been told there was a way through, you would have thought no one could go further. Excuse me. The Red Fox Ridge Trail. That's its name. Me and my brother and our mom and dad go hiking there sometimes. Chu twisted his head over one shoulder, showing the edge of a bright grin. There's biking trails too, though I'm not allowed to go ride them yet. I've got to be older. He flapped a thumb and the rest of his fingers up and down each other in a mocking imitation of his parents' past admonishment. It's too dangerous for a kid. What if you crashed? What if no one found you? The mountain isn't a joke. Ironically, he was making a joke out of the not a joke warden. Chu's yakety yak hand puppet shifted into a single arm shrug. At least we could walk. That sounds cool. Is the trail the special thing? That sounds scary. You gotta be crazy to go riding down an entire mountain. Let's go see it. I wonder if we go down the bike trail sometime. You go hiking? You have a brother? Our teacher goes into the woods to climb mountains? That was interesting. You remembered what you heard. You weren't listening. Trail, mountain, whatever. Choose a brief parrot of Mr. and Mrs. Lin made you crack a smile. What had you gotten yourself into? Your stomach was starting to hurt. There's a lot you could ask with this. Like, you have a brother? What? How could we have heard about this? But I would not go bike riding down a mountain. Are you crazy? Like, the momentum would make me scared. I would feel like I'm about to fall. I'd be so worried that I would flip forward out of my bike the entire time I'm riding down. Then say I'm crazy. Chu's eyes started to wander then. He slowly turned his head to look out across the lot. You know, too bad Uncle probably isn't working. He does a late shift. We could have said hi. And maybe got more free drinks. If he was here, we wouldn't have a choice but to say hi. Only keeps a close eye on what happens in his turf. Nothing gets past him. He would have come out by now to talk to us himself. Chu twirled around to face the 4 of you properly. He ended the spin by firmly planting his foot on the ground. If attention wasn't entirely on him before, it was then. After gaining an attentive audience, Chu launched into a dramatic, according to him, tale. One time, my few papers from my notebook fell into the parking lot or something. I know that because I was passing by a different time.
I know that cause when I was passing by at a different time, Olo called me over to give them back to me. That never happens.
He said that definitively, insistently. Sure true. We all know at this point that you never lose your papers. Only to immediately lighten up on that guarantee. Okay. I see. This is an exception.
Except for around Pascal and Tamarack. You two always make them appear out of thin air.
Darren and Baxter shared a look out of the corners of their eyes. Chu was too much distracted by his own storytelling to catch it. Darren's mouth tensed, Baxter quirked up more. You begun to wonder if Chu's friends were simply too nice, too nervous to point out how Chu lost papers every other day. Chu must have seen it happen hundreds of times, and somehow Chu remains certain it was an impossibility. Maybe the other club members returned his notes in secret.
Oh well, we don't have time for conversations today. The finish line is right ahead.
He threw her rattling fist into the air. She was an inspiring leader. That was how the final stretch of your journey commenced. The diner table was left behind, and so was Golden Grove entirely. The road you followed out had no sidewalk, and there was only a thin, rocky edge that separated tarmac from the wilderness. Luckily, it was devoid of cars as the parking lot had been. The only people passing through was a group of 5 kids. You wandered along until a patch of dirt opened out on the side of the street. There was a tilted sign with a fresh coat of dust declaring that this was the head of Red Fox Ridge Trail, 6.8 miles and 1,256 feet of elevation gain. You spied a narrow path curling through the bushes and the tree trunks. It soon disappeared past where you could see. The way it unfolded made a streak of pebbles feel playful, like the red fox of the ridge had left behind only a couple minutes ago, and it was daring you to chase after its fruit.
Through here.
Darren was suddenly in front of your eyes. He was a startling appearance to come after your imaginations. His spiky blonde hair and striking orange sweater was oddly fox-like. The Red Fox boy screwed up his face in confusion. Darren almost asked what this was about, but didn't. He kept going. And you all did. There was no going back now. Advancing under canopy dense enough to cover the entire sky, you made your way through the forest. No one spoke during the trip. Not Chu to explain anything, not Tamarack to ask when you'd be there. Past the sounds of footsteps and snapping twigs, you could hear the bubbling of water. It became more and more clear until the woods parted, smoothed away by a old stone bridge, as though the earth was wearing a barrette in its leafy hair. A crumbling set of stairs led to a trickling stream below. There was no mistaking it. This was a special thing. Tamarack sucked in a whistling breath and did not let it out. Her cheeks fully puffed out, and she stamped her feet as if she were revving up an engine. And then she was gone. Tamarack shot ahead, leaping from step to step until she was frolicking in the little valley below.
Wait for us!
She shouted out after her, and then had the thought to move after her as well. He and Darren darted for the way down together, though Chu took a shortcut by jumping off the stairs at the halfway point. Watch your step, Baxter whispered lightly to you. That was not a warning because he was worried. It was a big kid's test to see if it would shake your nerves. He danced down the stairwell right after without a care in the world. You stay right in the middle and took even steps one by one. You reached the ground completely fine.
Hey Darren, you can leave the bag near the stairs. We'll eat them later.
Chu took huge strides down the slight hill, holding out his arms for balance. He joined up with Tamarack, who was crouched by the water.
Are there fish in here? Or frogs?
Maybe.
I think I saw something moving in there before. But it's a great place, huh?
Tamarack's rosy trees went blank for a minute. Went blank for a blank. Was it a great place? All the anticipation that had built up, all the joy from the incredible realization of the answer, burst forth in a grand cheer.
Yes! This is the special thing!
I like it. Yeah, it's amazing. This place is beautiful and incredible. I cannot believe it. I never want to go home. How come this ain't your hideout, Chew? It's more secret and better. Not bad. There's some neat stuff out here. I guess it's alright. It's just a bridge, you know. You were smiling ear to ear. You joyfully threw your hands in the air. How disappointing. What was special about a bridge? Well, it could have been worse. This could not have been worse. What a horrible place. You would have rather stayed home. This place was creepy. Old and abandoned and awful. Exploring the town would have been better than this. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Me neither.
You and Tamarack bask in a shared excitement no one else but you and her could feel. It wasn't new to anyone else. It wasn't that important to other people. But the joy over it could be doubled since you had each other. Then she sprung onto her rainbow-clad feet again. There was more yet to see. Climbing over mossy stones and looking under them too, the group spread out to explore. The air there cooled you through. You could feel its chill against the roof of your mouth and the teeth with every breath, like the aftermath of eating a mint. Speaking of that, does anyone else not like the aftermath of eating mints? I don't like that. When I eat a mint, I like eating mints mostly. It's not my favorite flavor, but I like it. But I do not like it when like wind gets into there, or I drink water and it gets real cold. I do not like that feeling. I know some people love minted fresh, but that's not me. I don't like that. It wasn't only autumn season and the wind rushing across the valley. Though those were two parts of why. Being so close to water added a third layer into the unique type of cold you experienced at the special place. It really was a land set apart from everything else. Luke, welcome. Howdy. I hope you're doing well today. Thank you for coming by. This place is really special. I haven't looked at the CG all the way yet, but it's so beautiful. While clamoring about, Tamarack imagined a fairy tale about the mysterious creature that lived under the bridge. You know, I've never really been to a place like this. The only time only place I recall being to that's like this is when I went to Hakone, Japan, the summer before I started high school. And Hakone is a rural town sandwiched between the mountains, and it was so beautiful. It was so beautiful. They had a bridge and a nice stream that was like coming down like steps, kind of a little bit like this. I think I saw pictures of it, but it was so beautiful when I first went. While climbing about, Tamarack imagined a fairy tale about the mysterious creature that lived under the bridge. She never set foot there until that day, but was certain she was an expert on its hidden history. I was exactly like her. Eventually, Tamarack made a different kind of explanation to the crowd.
I'm gonna cross the bridge now.
She had already begun inching that way.
Yeah, check it out. I'll think about what to do while we're here. We could play a game or something.
Chu, Baxter, and Darren stood as a unified front on that come up with a plan, despite Chu doing all that talking.
Okay, I'll come back later.
That sounds fun. Okay, let me see what they're doing again. Hold on. So she wants to cross the bridge. He wants to play a game. Okay. Mints feel like I'm punishing my taste buds for real. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks that. That sounds fun, Tamarack. I'll come too. Wait, I want to cross the bridge too. Can I come with you? Hey, I'll go with you so you're not by yourself. You followed after her, wanting to stick it together. Seeing the top of the bridge interested you. You moved to go too. That was fine for her. You wanted to stick by Chew. Going across the bridge sounded boring. You want to hang out in the valley. See you later. Be careful. I think I'm gonna stay with Chew and see what type of game they're playing. So let's say see you later.
Bye.
The boys waved her off on the short trip. Tamarack skipped up the stairs by herself. Then they turned to one another and you again.
Hey, wanna cross the stream? There's a really easy way to do it. One part is so thin you can just step over. You can see the other side of the valley.
Sure, yeah.
Alright, guys.
I'll go.
Sure.
So the four of you made a trek across the water. Chew found a couple of things to say while stretched over the divide.
It's kind of funny. Tamarack is crossing from up there and we're doing it from down here.
One after the other, kids transferred from one large section of the valley to the smaller side. When everyone was settled on solid ground, Baxter was the first to speak.
Here we are. Now what? Now?
Baxter boldly faced the questioning words of the club.
We go back to thinking about what we're gonna do, except on this side of the stream.
Going with Tama is always my choice, especially in this scene, in this moment. I was torn between the two. But I think I want to see what type of game they might be playing, and yeah. So I'm see how what their plans are. Little progress had always been made by the team. Silent brainstorming continued. All three boys put a hand to their chin, but finally it was in a different pose for each one. Darren squished the side of his chin into a top of a fist. Baxter pressed 3 fingers into the front of his face, and Chew cradled his chin with his thumb and pointer finger. Before any of this serious thinking could lead to a plan of action, a shout echoed from above.
Boys!
Their hands fell to their sides as the boys' club craned their necks to look towards the sound. Tamarack stuck her head over the edge of the bridge, and that wasn't all. She had a closed fist above your heads. Between her fingers was a baggie of something. It was too far to tell exactly what, though it was bumpy and lumpy and she shook it about. Tamarack had a challenge.
If I throw these cashews from up here, do you think you could catch them?
She was going to drop cashews off the bridge. Every eye and mouth in her audience opened wide in surprise, and then the valley erupted around you. The boys reached their hands to the sky, shouting in unison.
Yeah!
I love how they're so excited about that. You cheered along with them. You covered your ears. You flung up your hands at the same time. You jumped around in excitement. You laughed at the silly reaction. You rolled your eyes at how childish it was. You remained staring in shock. You sighed loudly. Laugh. Let's laugh. It's like seeing baby birds in a nest when their mom dangled dinner overhead. Chew punched his left hand into his right palm, raring to go.
This is gonna be good. Absolutely. Wait, Tamarack, I want to throw cashews.
Do you think Tamarack will let me drop them? I'm gonna catch a bunch. Tamarack is cool for doing this. It's gonna be fun catching. I'm not gonna play. I'll just watch you guys. You pointed behind you towards the stairs. You were gonna throw with Tamarack. You readied your focus. You were gonna catch some cashews. You stepped back from the group. You don't want to play. Let's ready our focus.
Tamarack, we're gonna move to the bigger side.
Chew called out before leading the charge back over the small brook.
Okay.
Then Tamarack's face disappeared behind the railing. She was She was preparing her arsenal. The leader of this new game selected one single cashew off the top. Oh, so she's gonna... I thought she was gonna drop the bag. Okay, so she's gonna drop one cashew. Okay. Wow. How small are cashews? Like, cashews are kind of small, right? I feel like the wind resistance would, like, blow way out of distance. It'd be hard to catch it. Way out of the targeted zone. She stretched out over the drop again. Her two fingers, Tamarack daintily dangled the first prize. Paper airplanes are now cashews. Tamarack certainly liked throwing things at people.
Ready?
Another unanimous clamor rose from the boys' club.
Ready!
With a flick of a wrist and no final warning, nuts sailed through the air. Players scrambled to be whoever the cashew was going to land. You stayed most to the side where you could see what happened without getting sucked into the gaggle of boys. It went straight down, bounced against the stone, and rolled away, never to be seen again. No one got close. The gang's desperate fever fizzled. Awkward glances were sent about the field.
That was just a test one.
Right? Choose excuses, amuse the other kids, getting slight smiles to spread, but there was truth in it. The players had much better idea of the landing zone. Maybe next time, or the time after, somebody would get something.
Yep, here we go.
Someone as enthusiastic as her wouldn't stick to that pace. It was only a starting shot after all. She shoveled cashews into both her palms and shimmied her arms back and forth above your heads. The nuts jiggled out from her hold without pause, at least until she had to reload. The game was on. The frenzy reached new heights as everyone went in dizzying circles, stumbling over uneven ground and leaping for the goldenish colored metals. What if someone has a nut allergy, like me? I mean, I don't think. Yeah, I don't get a reaction when I touch them. Even when I smell them, I don't get a reaction. I have to eat them, but still. Baxter took the simplest method to catch stuff. He used his hands to snatch at the fallen snacks. Chew and Darren bent their necks to face towards the sky. They tended to sink a nut directly into their open mouths. Hopefully they don't have allergies to that. You've been way righter than you thought when you pictured them as chicks hoping for food before. You grab with your hands too. You aim to get into your mouth. You had your mouth and your palms open. Well, I am allergic to nuts, so I will be grabbing them with my hands. That just made sense. She might have been one girl, but the wave of cashews Tamarack sent down was more than enough to keep the catchers on their combined 40 toes. In the heat of the battle, you were shaken by the sudden loud crash. Darren, Chew, and Darren slammed directly into each other. The impact brought both toppling over directly into Baxter. Keeping his eyes ahead didn't save him. Baxter went down with the rest of the club. The trio landed in a heap as helplessly as the cashews no one caught. Two boys rolled on their backs in the grass, holding their poor faces. The third was flat out on his stomach, blinking in surprise. Are you guys alright? Oh no, are you hurt? That was awesome. You applauded the incredible collision. The impact made you wince. What a bunch of crash dummies, you joked. You've got to be more careful, you scored the pair. True. You surveyed the accident from where you stood. You rushed over to check their conditions. You burst into giggles. Well, there goes the game. You glared at them. This could ruin all the fun. It left you stunned in place. That was horrible, but you were powerless to do anything. Are you alright? Tamara cupped her hands together, stopping any more cashews from falling.
Yeah, are your heads okay?
From youngest to oldest, the group started clapping on their feet again. They brushed off leaves and grass and a couple of cashew pieces sticking to their clothes. Baxter helpfully plucked debris off his buddies' backs that they couldn't reach. Chew inhaled deeply, tilted far enough back to drop his hood onto his shoulders, and responded to the concern loud enough for all to hear. I'm good. Nobody's bleeding. That's something. Yeah, it's cool.
That was mostly funny. But what about you guys? Are you still feeling alright? I'm fine. Max answered with total calm, slipping his hands into his pockets. Darren huffed as he twisted his puffy vest to lay right again. My butt hurts, but I'm good too. His friend laughed over the additional bit of info Darren decided to share. Then Chu shot off an additional thumbs up to Tamarack to let her know things were A-okay. That was a relief. You didn't think you'd ever be happier to hear him laugh something off. I'm really glad you're not hurt. Thanks. Thanks, Pascal. It'll take way more than that to bring me down. No one mentioned how the collision had literally brought him down. It was better left unsaid. And so, the event resumed, more carefully this time. Baxter caught another nut, then a few more after, his palm gradually filled with cashew chunks, which was not easy to pull off. But then the unbelievable happened. One of the nuts dropped directly into Darren's gaping mouth. Darren was so surprised. Uh-oh, no. Yeah, that's also a choking hazard, too. It could just go straight down your throat. Darren was so surprised something hit his tongue that he coughed and spat the cashew out. That didn't diminish the glory of his feat. In fact, it only proved for sure that he'd done it. Bax and Chu crowded around the champ, slapping his shoulders and ruffling his hair. This was technically a competition against each other, but if one of them was triumphant, it was a victory for the entire club. Darren grinned at the attention, breathing hard from exertion. His cheeks in the spot where Chu's face had smacked him, his chin were all red. Still, Tamarack didn't declare it over. The bag wasn't empty yet. This would be the last hurrah. You caught even more to Baxter. You were neck to neck with Baxter's number. Baxter and Darren were the only ones. You caught a cashier. Despite trying to catch the same way as Baxter, he didn't get a single crumb. Well, I like to imagine that I caught at least one. I ain't gonna say I'm the best at this stuff, because I ain't, but I think I would have at least caught one. Baxter might have had more and Darren might have had done it the harder way, but that could never take away what you managed to do. After dozens of misses, success was right in the palm of your hand. Yay! Hey, you did it! Cool. Soon, a shout rang out that stamped out the excitement quicker than when the first nut hit the ground. Was that me? Like, did I catch the last one? Oh, that was nice. Cool. That's all the cashews. Oh, it's over. Chu bent forward like a sagging bag of nuts. His head hung low, and his arms dangled down in front of him. It couldn't have been a more exaggerated show of disappointment. This had to stop sometime. Your focus had been on Chu's dramatics over the game ending. When you noticed Baxter again, you were stunned. Magically, his hair was smooth again, and his pose was primly relaxed. Baxter had returned to his usual nonchalant status faster than anyone could see. It was as if he was never running around in the valley trying to catch cashews, or that at one point he'd fallen flat on the ground. He's just like that. We had a lot of chances. Those were specially chosen words. Baxter followed them up by beginning to munch on the pile of cashews he gathered throughout the game. An awfully subtle brag it was. His coy smirk with each bite gave the intention away. He remembered how Chu had described him. Devious. With amused disbelief at the gall, Chu shook his head. Pfft, I'm gonna go eat the stuff our snack king brought. You guys have been eating things. I think that's how you're supposed to read it, right? Okay. Chu directed his quip at Baxter, despite lumping Darren into it. The other guy in the equation still had something to say. Darren smushed the back of his fuzzy glove around his mouth to wipe off the crumbs lingering there. I didn't eat it. I just caught it. Oh, wow. Thanks for reminding everybody, Darren. Chu poked his buddy arm accusingly. That's close enough. Not for eating anything, but I guess if you mean if we had cashews, and you didn't, yeah, it is.
Dang. She wasn't catching a single break. He was mature enough to let the teasing become water under a bridge. He moved on and calling to Tamarack.
Hey, meet us at the stairs.
Chew stuck one arm toward the spot. He used his other hand to cup his mouth.
We're gonna eat each other's snacks. Coming.
News of this new activity made Tamarack bounce in celebration. She was energized for the next bit of fun. The 4 of you walked slowly to the steps. Most players were still out of breath. Caches crunched under your shoes. Then Chew scooped up the corner store bag with the goods. Karen's snacks was supposed to be the king's job. That didn't really matter anymore. With the treats at the ready, the entire group regathered on the steps nestled into the hillside of the valley. 3 kids settled down. The shortest one at the highest point, going up in size and down and level from there. Tamarack had come from the top, so she didn't have to go too far towards the ground. Chew took the lead for his club and sat on the step directly under her. Excuse me. Darren was on the spot behind Chew. Baxter, however, only leaned his shoulder against the cobblestone wall. You sat on the same step as Tamarack. You sat on the same step as Chew. You sat on the same step as Darren. You sat on the same step as Tamarack. Oh no, I was like, wait, I just read that. Okay, hold on, no. You sat on this one step above Tamarack. You sat on a step lower than Darren. You stayed standing. Let's sit next to Darren. Darren scooted over to give you space, still frowned at having to do so.
Why not use one of the other many stairs?
Is what his eyes told you. Your seat was a little damp and the whole lot hard. But it was still great to finally not be on your feet. You walked through the whole town, explored the small place, and were running during the whole entire cashews off the bridge game. Chew casually hung his legs over the side of the stairs. Darren pulled his knees up near his chest. Tamarack planted her feet onto Chew's spot. She bumped him playfully with her boots.
I gotta say,
Chew pointed a finger in the air, calling the latest meeting of his club. Even though Tamarack and you still weren't members.
You had a really good idea out there, Tamarack.
Smiling sweetly with her hands in her lap, Tamarack sincerely appreciated the praise.
Thanks, Chew.
However, Mr. Chu Lin might have initiated the discussion, but Tamarack brought it down to business.
Who's the winner? We're all winners.
He offered the idea optimistically. Or maybe hopefully was the better word. In the end, she was the only one who never managed to get anything.
No.
His host was flatly denied. Littering in the forest and soft-hearted ideas of not choosing a single winner were 2 things Tamara could not stand by.
Somebody has to win, but what counts as winning? Oh, that's a tough call. Baxter had the most, but Darren did something pretty crazy. That should count for more than one catch. It's your game, Tamarack. Make up a point system.
She crossed her arms and squeezed her knees together, showing the serious effort she was putting into thinking. Tamarack sat like a round nut, waiting to be cracked. What broke through was a devious smile. Baxter wasn't the only one who had that skill.
If you caught it with your mouth, that's more points than catching a lot with your hands. But it doesn't count if you spit it out.
Well, poor Darren. Darren's spine went rigidly straight in an instant before scratching down more than ever. He croaked defeatedly. This had got him more ruffled than when he hacked up the cashier.
Baxter wins!
Darren's fuzzy black gloves were balled into harmless-looking fists. He must have wanted to argue that his efforts should count for something. But he was unable to put those words together right to a girl's face. It had to be exactly why Tamarack made the rules unfair against him. Baxter chuckled under his breath. Okay, she mentioned... You do get a, okay, I'll do that. Let me see, I'll save right here. And then I'll, fast forward like all the way back at the end so I can go look at the CG. Thank you for telling me that. Baxter chuckled under his breath. Clever. So, the victor was crowned and he gave his short acceptance. Congrats to Baxter! Though, Baxter acted as if he didn't care to cash a crumb if he won. Why all these nut, all these nut, all these nut jokes? I don't know the word for it, like metaphor or something like that. Like, Chu was like slunched over like a bag of nuts. Tamarack was thinking like a nut waiting to be cracked. And now Baxter couldn't care a tiny cash crowd. Like, what's with all these nut jokes? Or laws based on Tamarack's made up rules that she decided on after the game was already over. Did I read that? Oh, he said it twice. Okay. Congrats to Baxter! You win some, you lose some. And it'd be silly to get upset over that. Darren continued to pout in his nook the whole while. Thankfully for him, he had a pal who could never let things stay sad for long. At least we can agree who got last. Me. Chu shifted from angling for a no-win situation to confidently accepting his status at the bottom rung. That plan succeeded where his nut-catching strategies failed. It made Darren faintly smile. Chu gave a wink, not stopping there. You guys are taller. That gave you the edge, don't forget. No. You guys are taller. That's what gave you the edge. Don't forget. There was laughter and light-hearted smiles up and down and along the steps. It was just one of those days where everything was funnier than it was frustrating no matter what. Okay, Snack King, enjoy your spoils. Snack King gets to pick first. There were many unknown rules and regulations for the status of the Snack King. You would learn a lot. Chu loudly stretched open the handles of the bag, holding his delicacies out for Darren. He took his beef jerky. That was the last thing he needed to make him feel content, make him fully content again. Pass me the gummies. Baxter got his treat as requested. Then Chu moved on to you. Pascal? You took the spicy chips Chu got. Would it be alright if I wanted the spicy chips? Could I have some of the jerky too? Can I have some gummies? But I didn't get anything. No thank you. I don't want anything right now. He waved a hand past it on the option. I didn't get anything though. So, take what's there. I'll take the spicy chips. Would it be alright if I wanted the spicy chips? Duh, that's the good stuff. I want some too. The chips filled up your hand and Chu with some left over. Chu stuffed the corner store bag into the crevice of the step before he ate. You tossed a few pieces into your mouth and immediately felt rewarded for your choices. It was great. The group who planned the food detour easily settled into the snack sharing semicircle. Baxter had bent over the stairs to be closer to the one sitting down. Nobody was left empty-handed, and none of them were limited to just the treat they chose. Chu and Darren's gloves got completely coated in the powdery snack bits in record time. It was then that Tamarack rejoined the conversation. She had been quietly sifting through her stocked messenger bag while Chu had been dividing up the treats. Here's what I got. And what she had was a yellow rectangle, the size of a large chocolate bar, though that wasn't chocolate. The brightly colored block made Chu giggle. We're lucky that you didn't chuck that big thing at us. Are you sure? It would have been easy to catch. I'm sure. I'm alright with not catching anything. Darren couldn't help but interrupting that back and forth with dubious curiosity. What is it? Fig cookies. You recognized them immediately. It was something you were very familiar with. Hold on, you knew what that was. You never heard of such a thing in your life. I feel like I'm vaguely familiar with a fig bar. Is it the same as a fig bar? Let me see. Is it the same as that? Yeah, it might be the same as that. I'll just say I've never heard of that. Tamarack tore open the wrapper with gusto. Then she slid out a light tan, couch cushion looking cookie. It was flat on the top and the bottom with a dark brown filling in the center. Yeah, I have seen them before. I've never been inclined to eat one though. Speaking of which, wow, I want to try that. Ew, what cookies sound gross? Figs? Isn't that like prunes? That's for old people. What kind of kid eats fig cookies? I wouldn't have guessed you like fig cookies. It looks so plain. Sounds boring to me. Would it be okay if I had a piece? I never tried it. You sat at the new treat with big hungry eyes. You puckered your face in disgust. None sound worse than fig cookies. You pointed at it eagerly. You were keen to give it a try. That was fine. She could eat whatever she wanted. She can't eat whatever she wanted, but I might have some reaction to it.
Stop that! It's really good.
Chu looked over the latest snack on the snack market. He scratched his cheek.
Could I try your thing? Sure. Thank you.
Tamarack passed a small section of the spongy cookie on down to Chu. I'll try a fig cookie. Another simple request came in before she finished pulling her fingers away from Chu. Tamarack took a second to yank off a corner and stuff it into her mouth before nodding. She whittled the cookie away even more to share with Baxter. He tossed it into his mouth just like that. Tamarack took another bite for herself. She chewed slowly, going unusually quiet for her. Only a 1-inch square was left in the bardian. Her snack almost got finished faster than any other.
You take it.
She hadn't said his name, but her eyes were set directly on Darren 2 steps lower. He didn't react. Apparently, if he didn't dress something that wasn't there. Or he might not have even realized she was talking to him. Darren had changed his sitting position to take on the appearance of a folded chair. Not only were his legs pulled up, but his arms were over his knees and his face was lowered down into them. Chu gave the back of Darren's blonde head a nudge.
Anybody home?
Without a word, Darren tilted his neck like he had during the game. Tamarack was already leaning over to dangle the last bit of a cookie above his face. He carefully reached out and plucked the gift from Tamarack's hold as if he was picking a real fig off a branch. It made sense that way. Tamarack's name was a type of tree. Tangs. Darren curled his fingers around the new cookie. He kept staring upwards at Tamarack. That had to be a record for the longest time he held eye contact with her.
You can have a piece of jerky. Everybody can. Thank you, but I don't want that. Oh.
Before that could get real awkward, Tamarack's attention sparked on a different idea. It worked out for Darren, though she hadn't done it too smooth. She hadn't done it to smooth her bluntness over. Tamarack was like that. She had a lot of energy.
I have something else too.
And the something else was the bare bag of cashew dust from her overalls. Seeing her bring that out now was more confusing than when she first headed over the bridge. Tamarack snickered at the loss she left the group at and her own secret scheming. She pulled the scraps into her hand and returned the now empty bag into the pocket where it came from. Tamarack shot one of the tiny pieces right at Chu. Uh-oh. Chu's offensive instincts kicked in and he snatched it right before he hit his face.
What was that about? You caught one! A cashew that I threw!
Oh, that's what she was doing. That's so sweet. I thought she was like... It made it seem like that there was just like cashew dust from the bag and then she just poured the dust into her hands and then just like threw the dust at Chu's face. And I'm like, girl, you know that could get people's eyes, you know? You should be more careful. Okay, but it's like a piece of a cashew. Chu gave a lopsided smile and ate the little piece.
Guess I did. Thanks.
Tamarack was sweeter than any cookie. She is. Okay, someone else give their snack now. Would it be alright if I ate some more? You gestured at the boys' club. You wanted more of their snacks. You went back to eating the food you got from Chu. You were already full. I mean, the only thing that interests me is the chips. So, um, the conversation took a turn when Chu chirped up with a question.
So, what did you think? Of what? What else?
He gave Tamara a slick smile. Attention was what he had been trying to grab.
The club. Oh.
And she didn't say anything else. That was okay. Chu continued on himself.
You've gotten to see what it's like, and it's pretty great, huh? You can still join if you wanna.
Okay, I'll join. Alright, I'm in. You bobbed your head in agreement. You tapped your chin and gave an okay sign. Well, if you show, can I join? No, that's not happening. Sorry. I don't know. You gotta stop asking that, you chuckled. Let it go, Chu. You looked away awkwardly. You stuck at your tongue. You shook your head slowly. Okay, I'll join.
Yes!
She gave the air a 1-2 punch. He managed a real success that day. He was so proud to welcome you into his gang that neither of the existing members did anything that might have dampened their leader's mood. Oh, it was possible that it wasn't about Chu. Not just about him anyway. Maybe the two boys were okay with having you around after all. No matter the reason, you've been accepted as an official member of the boys club. Only one person was left out of that loop. Tamara thought longer about the question that she had the first time Chu invited her. She gave it a real consideration, but the answer wasn't different.
No thanks.
At least, mostly. There had been a development over the afternoon you experienced. Tamara was quick to add it in.
I still like you, Chu. And I like playing with Baxter and Darren.
Really? Thanks.
You do?
Chu's left and right hand boys were amazed. Baxter in amused disbelief, and Darren in that he didn't have a single clue what to do. It was kind of the same for you. You like Baxter now. It's kind of the same for you. You like Darren more. That was a surprise for her. As for you, you felt the same about those boys. Yeah, I like both of them. Chu became a common force in the crowd, a steady rock against the winds of emotion, which was not unusual for him.
You know, that's cool. I think it makes sense for you. It's the Tamarack way.
That was the end of that for today. Maybe forever. Chu managed to be at peace, not having everybody he knew in his official club. So you were partially a club and completely a group of kids hanging out at the bridge together. Chu took a turn, trying to toss cheese and chips into Tamarack's mouth. She scored every time she missed and whooped whenever she didn't. Baxter rested along the wall, watching the game with some interest. He batted away shots that had misfired or bounced off of Tamarack. Darren nibbled on the last of Baxter's sour gummies. He was keeping score while Chu and Tamarack kept their heads fully in the game. It was kind of like a picnic, except there was no blanket or basket. It was a lot colder than what you would usually imagine for a picnic. Thanks for showing me this place, Chu. Thanks for coming up with such a fun thing, Tamarack. Thanks for showing me this place, Chu. And thanks for making it fun, Tamarack. This wasn't so bad. I had a really good time doing this. What a great idea this was. Best Saturday ever. You stomped your feet and clapped at the game. You were glad you did this. You quietly stared at the clouded sky. You yawned so sleepily after everything that happened. You were exhausted and hopefully could go home soon. Let's just enjoy the moment and just be glad. The snack tossing continued on.
4. Wow. It's lucky I was throwing before. I would have gotten all the cashews. What? It's way easier to catch stuff from here. I'm like 1 foot away. Yeah, but I still think I'm good.
Tamarack cheered. There was no compromising on that. Fine. Those two definitely did disagree on a lot of things, but it was equally certain that they were friends in their own silly way. And they were your friends too. That day across the town, into the treasure chest store, up a mountain and across a bridge could only be described as an adventure, and you were going to remember it for a long time. Wow, and that's the end of that moment. And we do get a preview step too. I want to do that. But first, let's go back to, actually let me save. And let's go back to this so we can see that CG that Luke mentioned. You said if we toss. Yeah, if we throw the caches. Okay, keep going back. Oh no, I can't go back that far. Hold on. Ah! Okay, I have to replay the game again. Hold on. Load. Oh, I can't do it. Ah! Okay, hold on. Oh wait, no, that's prologue. Well, that's fine. I'll just have to go back to the prologue and go through all that again. Let's see. So I said that. Okay, how do I skip? Push the swing. Walk back. Skip. I said not nearby. Oops. Alright. That's what I said before. Thanks. I think I did that. No, that's not what I said. I said this. I said that. And I said this. And I said that. And I offered some candy. And I started eating the candy. And then I said, hello, Mr. Lin. And then I shook her hand. And then I did that. And then I said my room. And then my bed. Okay, so I did bed 5 with a canopy. I did all 3 of them. I did books and music sheets. I did these. That's it. Okay. I did that. I did this. I did that. I did that. I did this. That. And then I said hi Tamarack. And then I met her part way. Then I said hi, I believe, right? I did that. That. Did that. Did that. Good night. Oh no, yeah. Okay, good. We was able to do that real quick. Okay. Now let's save again at that point. Okay, skip. I said, yep. I said that. Then I said this, and then I said this. Yes. Then I said that. All money at home. Just watch. Long live the Snack King. Gotta be crazy. Beautiful. And then I stayed down with them, right? Wait, okay. I think I have one more choice. Laugh. Okay, now I can say I can join them now. Okay. Wait, Tamarack, I want to throw the cashews.
Then come on.
Tamarack waved the bag in to encourage you onwards. Then her face disappeared behind the railing. She was preparing as usual. You crossed the water with the boys, passed them to clamber up the stairs, and met with Tamarack along the bridge. She stood there chuckling mischievously and patting the stone edge.
You're smart. This is the funnest part.
Aw, cute. Tamarack pulled open the zip-sealed pouch of ammunition. She plopped it on the edge between you and her. You'd have plenty to work with. Who knew packing a full-size bag of cashews would come in handy with something like this? Tamarack, you guess. The leader of this new game selected one single cashew off the top. Also, I don't think we've ever seen her boots. Yeah, look at them nice boots. Rain boots. The leader of this new game selected one single cashew off top. She stretched out over the drop again. In two fingers, Tamarack daintily dangled the first prize. Paper airplanes and now cashews. Tamarack certainly liked throwing things at people.
Ready?
Another unanimous clamor rose from the boys' club. I wonder how much this is the same. Okay, now I can throw. Throw a single cashew down with the care. Okay, so you can set a single cashew down at a time, aiming with care. You let loose one nut after the other, flinging them carelessly. You let two nuts fall at a time, one from each hand. You launch two nuts with each toss, then send them high into the air. You sprinkled a stream of cashews, slow but consistent. You made it rain nuts, even rapid handfuls. You got so distracted watching everything happen that you forgot to throw anything. Let's be careful. The frenzy reached new heights as everyone went into dizzying circles, stumbling over uneven ground and leaping for the goldish colored metals. Baxter took the simplest method to catching stuff. He used his hands to snatch at the fallen snacks. Okay, how much is this the same? No. The wave of cashews Tamarack and you sent down were unforgiving. It made more than keep the boys' club on the combined 30 toes. Oh yeah, you have to say 30 now since I'm not down there. They need double the amount to even try keeping up. In the heat of the competition, you glimpsed the coming of a mistake. It happened faster than anything could be to stop it. Chew and Baxter slammed directly into each other. The impact brought both toppling over directly into Baxter. Okay, I can say you guys alright again. The boys' club had a little group talk afterwards, but that part was too quiet for you to hear, and it would you shooting a thumbs up, so things must have been okay. That was a relief. I love her smile, that little cute smile that she has. Her little cute round face with her smile. So cute. That was relief. You didn't think you could ever be happier to have him thumbs up at you. And so the event resumed, more carefully this time. Okay, so yeah, you could make that even from the top of the bridge. All eyes were on Darren again, although for entirely different reasons than a minute ago. Meanwhile, his gaze had suddenly gone up to you. That nut he caught was one of yours. You waved. He was welcome. Oh, that was mine? Oh, nice. Baxter and Chew grouped around the champ, slapping his shoulders and ruffling his hair. Okay, so the bag wasn't emptied. Tamarack didn't declare this over yet. This will be the last hurrah. And despite the chaos, you and Tamarack worked together in perfect rhythm. And in the chaos of that, you and Tamarack knocked together, reaching for the bag at the same time. Distracted by everything below, you and Tamarack snuck your hands in the bag at the same time. Let's have a little awkward, cute moment where we stick our hands in the bag at the same time. Your knuckles bumped together. Tamarack's laugh boomed, undaunted.
Hey, I'm getting those cashews.
That was fine with you. You backed your hand away slowly, not wanting to trigger Tamarack's competitive fierceness even more. Then a small crowd of impatient boys began to yell.
Hey, what happened to the cashews? Are we still playing? Sorry.
Tamarack moved away to stretch across the guardrail and shout into the valley.
We were busy.
Tamarack didn't explain any more than that. It was funnier that way. Nice. Soon the bag had been so stuffed it could hardly close. Wait. Soon the bag that had been so stuffed it could hardly close was left barren. Only a few broken bits and salted dust remained in the folds of the plastic. Tamarack brushed her hands together and made that call.
That's all the cashews.
That stamped out the excitement quicker than when the first nut hit the ground. Okay, and then we got that. You could make it out clearly even up from there. On the flip side, the mastermind of the event was lighter than the air.
It was great.
Tamarack plopped both her elbows on the stone railing. She popped up her cheeks on her palms. It made her wide smile all squished. It got her face messy with cashew crumbs. She didn't care about it either.
The boys' club is pretty funny. Remember when they all fell down? Omi and Opal are gonna love hearing about this.
Tamarack rested there, giggling and tapping the back of her heels together. That was until her attention was taken by one of the Funny Boys Club's boys. Okay.
Hey, meet us up at the stairs.
Chew snuck one arm towards the spot. He used the other hand to cup his mouth.
Coming.
News of a new activity made Tamarack bounce in celebration. She was energized for the next bit of fun. Okay. Tamarack shoved the ransacked baggie into the top overall pocket, donned her bigger pack, and skipped across the bridge. She wouldn't litter, that was for sure. You returned to the world below to the bridge for her. With treats at the ready, the entire group were gathered on the steps nestled onto the hillside of the valley. 3 kids settled down, the shortest one at the highest point. Okay, is it the same like that? Well, since I'm coming down from Tamarack, I should probably sit on the same step as her now. Tamarack excitedly squeezed next to you on the mossy slab. You sat together at school, you were together throwing nuts, and you sit together right there too. Your seat was a little damp and a little hard, but it was great to finally not be in your feet. You walked through the whole town. Okay, so I think that's the end of that. But that was cute. Thank you for telling me that so I can have that CG experience. Okay, let's look at the Step 2 preview. This demo includes a preview of Step 2. Parts of the preview will be arranged differently in the final game. Saves you make during the Step 2 preview will not be loadable in the final version of the game. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes. Step 2, preview. Okay, I don't think I want to change my face that much. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really to change right now, so. Other. Step 2. Maybe I'll get some acne, I don't know. We'll do that. Oh, I did have braces. I forgot about that. I had braces. I had braces twice in my life. I had braces when I was in middle elementary school, like in 4th grade, I think, 3rd, 4th grade. I also had braces again when I was in high school. Um, I took them off freshman year of high school, I think. I don't know which grade this is supposed to take place in, but we'll put the braces in there for right now. Okay, we'll keep everything else the same. And I also call her Mama. Right. And we'll still choose the books as the sticker. Welcome back to the tutorial. Your childhood portion of the Our Life Now Forever demo has come to its end. You are heading into the grand land of teenhood. Before that happens, we need to note that the section of step 2 included in this build isn't nearly as complete as the prior step 1 scenes. What has been included was picked to give a general idea of the lead characters and status of life in step 2, but is not how this time period will start in the finished game. It skips ahead a bit to avoid spoiling certain elements and to get casual everyday conversations with you and Tamrak sooner. The scenes that are in this preview are also going to be expanded later in development. And some parts will be taken out of these scenes and added to other events in step 2 prologue, so it flows more naturally. We had to include a lot of setup and a limited selection. We hope you enjoy this brief glimpse into growing up in Golden Grove. Okay. Fall settled over Golden Grove once again. The storybook X depiction of autumn went to the very root of the forest and the heart of town as the whole land glistened in its namesake color. It had been nearly 4 years to that day since you moved there into the tan house with a white picket fence at the center of the cul-de-sac. The trees grew taller and thicker. Mama got a chair for the porch, and the mailbox had been replaced after an incident. But other than that, not much has changed with the outside of your home. One might have said the building was worse for wear after nearly 1,500 extra days of weathering the elements. But for how old it already was when you got there, that was nothing. Nothing for a house pushing 40 anyway. 4 years of your life was closing in on a third of your existence, and that first third you could scarcely remember since you were a baby, and then a toddler for the most of it. So it worked out that nearly half of the memories you made and kept were right here, in this house, in this neighborhood, in this town. You lived in this one place longer than anywhere. It was simply normal, none more, none less. You absolutely loved it. It was hell on earth. Circumstances had officially reached mundane status, but there were worse things. You felt safe there, content. Life was good. You couldn't wait to get out. God damn, it was awesome. There was nothing you were more grateful for than that. Things were honestly miserable. You could tolerate it, you guess. Everything was so boring. You weren't quite sure what to make of this place anymore. It was normal. You really only stopped to think about all of what happened around the anniversary of your move. Give it a few more years and the start of fall might come and go without you registering the meaning of it even once. You've been down each path and road, seen every bush and tree, entered all the publicly accessible buildings hundreds of times, though that it didn't mean the world was entirely static. There were shifts that rippled out and impacted your experience in small ways. The transition of seasons brought out an entirely different atmosphere. There were sights and sounds and feelings that could only happen during a few months before they were gone for a year. Other familiarities were lost to time for good, never to come back, but instead for their absence to eventually become old in their own right. You knew that the acorns were beginning to fall along with the leaves and that Bob's Barber Shop on the main street closed 8 months ago. Aw, that's sad. And that every day there was a new rumor on what was going to replace it. None concrete had been announced yet, but any day now for sure. Mrs. Bauman was stubbornly convinced that it would be a restaurant, an Italian restaurant. The town needed one of those, she would insist. Yeah, that would be less about what she thought would actually happen and more what she wished would come to be. Circumstances were never as perfectly straightforward as stuff that was the same and things that were different, or what you could be certain of and what you were believing in. You could have a piece of your world that had been ever present, something that hadn't gone away for a moment, yet right before your eyes it could stop being what you originally known. The example that came to your mind that you had been imagining from the beginning was your left and right next door neighbors. Both you and Tamarack were the same people you basically seen every day for 4 years. Not a single one of those days did you decide they weren't Tamarack or Chew anymore. Of course, they always were literally who they were. But after everything they learned and seen, and from the basic concept of getting older, the two had pulled into certain directions, little by little. It couldn't be caught looking back a week or a month. Still, if you pause to remember them from your first meetings and compare that to who you expected to encounter that day, you could see it clearly, starkly. They had changed. Oops. There we go. First, the companion of your youth, Mix Q. I keep saying that. Mix Q-I-U-L-I-N. They didn't introduce themselves like that to people anymore. Whether a person could spell their name or not wasn't their problem. If someone didn't know that, then they didn't know how to spell. They didn't know you. And why should they care what a stranger believed about them? The only part of themselves they made sure to spell out were their pronouns, they, them. Chew was born in Golden Grove, a local through and through. And not merely any kid in town, they were the one to take center stage, the one to reach out, or to make themselves ever present in the minds and hearts of the community. No matter what Chew said or did, each person they crossed paths with would be as familiar with them as the gender they were assigned at birth. Autumn wasn't sure about what they identified with, but they could say definitively it wasn't that. If they wanted to be free of that misconception, Chew had no choice other than to keep explaining again and again, person to person. They hated it. Going around introducing themselves in a way so people who wouldn't immediately get it could still put things together was cute, and everything when they were in elementary school. As a ninth grader, it was embarrassing. A lot of what Autumn believed in as a kid seemed to just be now that kid stuff. And at the tip of top of their list of childish ideals was the very concept of trying. Oh no. Chew, what's going on with you? Chew started putting in the effort with their classes. They started skipping ballet lessons and they did not go out of the way to make others feel welcome. Chew. No, they rebuffed nearly anyone who dared wish for time in their presence. If Chew didn't order like someone, 0 opportunities would be given for that opinion to change. Despite going from the most approachable face in town to completely unavailable, Chew remained extremely popular in school. The chill that overtook their demeanor only made them cooler, apparently. Chew, oh my gosh, Chew. Starting from step 2, you can manually set Chew and Tamarack's dynamic towards you, as well as your own dynamic with each of them. This includes newly available jealousy meter, which would always begin as not jealous. It must be manually changed if you would like to add those aspects to your playthrough. You can also change one character to be best friends with. Only one person can be your best friend, but you can be platonic best friends or best friends while crushing on one another. Being best friends with one character signals you have a closer relationship with them than the other character. It doesn't mean you can't be friends with or crushing on the other character though. You can change best friends over the years or have no best friend at all. It's up to you. Oh my gosh, poor baby Chew. Poor baby, what's going on with you? I'm so excited to see. I'm so not so excited. I'm so curious to see how your mental state is right now. Yeah. Going through I'm pretty sure like their identity transformation is like a big impact on their personality right now, and the way the social ramifications of that, as they were talking about how they had to keep explaining to everyone. True. And yeah, obviously being a teenager, going through puberty in general is that causes angst in general. Okay, so let's see. Let's do teamwork in. Let's do unassuming. Let's do. Can I see what these mean again? I forgot. No. How do you see what these mean again? Oh, okay. Let's see. Maybe I might be more doting to chew now. And we'll leave the not jealous. We'll do not jealous for right now. Okay, so chew to me is teamworking, teasing, doting, not jealous. Is this the same as last time though? This might be the same as last time. Okay, done. But so what? If Chu didn't want to go above and beyond to be friends with everyone in the world, that didn't make them a bad person. Of course, the shift in their attitude hadn't changed how you felt. You and Chu had been close since you were 10. You still were. Autumn had been there for you from the start and never stopped, even when it didn't come as easily for them anymore. You done the same in return. Autumn knew that they could rely on you. The small circle of Chu's fond familiarity encompassed you completely. Now, second, the childhood playmate, Mrs. Tarmac Bauman, she became a young lady. Her reckless romps through the woods shifted into quiet nature walks. Unique clothes she carefully selected weren't suited for that kind of exploring anyway. And she was not okay with them getting full of holes like she was when she was a kid. Okay, Tamarack. Interesting. She approached most things in life with great delicacy, like she was living in a world of glass, or more or less whimsically, as if she was walking on eggshells. Tamarack joined the music program during middle school and played the cello ever since, a feat that required plenty of patience and a ton of sitting around. But all those new opinions, priorities, and decisions didn't speak to any level of decisiveness on her part. It wasn't just the loss of a pure, wild abandon only someone too young to know better could have. Tamarack didn't have a shred of the certainty she used to. Some days, in some ways, she could come across more like her almost 70-year-old grandparents than a girl not even a quarter their age. Then, another moment, she could lean into the typical teenage priorities more than anyone else in her class. And neither seemed to make her particularly confident. What bits and pieces were truly Tamarack? Maybe all of them. Maybe none. She hadn't managed to convince most people that there was a clear picture they could accept and understand as her. Probably because she didn't understand herself either, or she couldn't bring herself to commit to what she didn't know. So 4 years on, she had yet to blend into the harmony of the close-knit community. If Tamarack was in a room, odds were good that she was at least acquainted with. She was the least acquainted person there. Wherever she went, Mrs. Bauman carried herself with the presence of a visitor, never a regular. Well, I feel like these are the same. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. I could change it. Wait. Can I change it? I can change these. Should I do that? I don't know if I should do that. Do they automatically change? I'm like, do they automatically change if you don't do anything, or will they just stay the same if you just don't change them? I didn't know you could change these. Could you do that no, at the beginning you can't change them. At the beginning they set like that. I think I remember them saying that. I don't know. Do I want to change these though? I don't even know if I want to change it. Goes out of the way. Okay. I feel like I should change it given the way that their personalities have been changed at this time. Maybe I'll make it accepting, unassuming, and deferring, maybe. We'll do it like that. Okay, done. And we'll go back to Tamarack. Okay, so me. Well, we'll do teamwork and we'll do that, I guess. Maybe she's not as contestant as she used to be, so we'll just say teamwork and we'll do it like that. And then we'll do. Maybe we'll keep. I don't know. Let's see. Team. Let me look at the things again. Okay. I think this is fine for her too. Let's say that Tamarack and I are best friends, and she, like she said we were in the beginning. Let's say we're best friends, like she did in step one. But one thing was certain, at least she could count on you, and you could do the same with her. You didn't care what the town thought. Tamarack wasn't a nobody in your eyes. She was a little girl who threw paper plane at you the first time she ever caught sight of you. Tamarack and you went through being newcomers side by side. No matter how much the two of you grew up, your promise to be friends remained unbroken. Together, you make it through whatever future unknowns you might face. Tamarack wasn't a neighbor, or even a friend anymore. She was your best friend. Ironically, while the rest of the town had become less sure of her, you grew to trust her more and more. There was no bigger confidant in your whole life than Tamarack Bauman. She could say the same about you. You and her both had someone who would be there through whatever future unknowns you might face. What made the differences with your friends even more noticeable was the fact that you hadn't changed one bit. The differences with your friends were easy to grasp and send how you changed too. I feel like, let's see. So this is 4 years. I'm 14 years old. Just done high school. I feel like from 5th grade, especially going to 6th grade, up until 10th grade, I think I was like kind of the same person mostly to be honest. So I don't know, but let's just see what this means. Oh, never mind. I'm pretty sure that I'm the same person. Oh no, no, I'm not. I'm not talkative though. So I'm still a rule follower, and I'm silent. That is true. That's one change. So we'll put that, and I'll act proper. Mellow around chew, nervous around chew, surly to chew. Mellow and mellow around Tamarack, nervous around Tamarack, surly to Tamarack. We'll do mellow to both of them. You're pretty shy in general, very shy. Anyways, I was singing further into a psychic than you should be than you should be going. You decide while shaking yourself out of a daze. You kind of had other things to focus on at the moment. It was early morning on a school day. You finished getting changed in your room and stepped quietly down the stairs. Noisily sprinted over the stairs, leapt down the stairs, passing multiple steps at a time, dragging your heels across every step down the stairs. Sleepily wobbled to the lower floor using the the staircase banister for support. Simply went down to the living room, slammed your feet over the wooden floor step as you trampled over. I like to leap stairs. When you crossed the creaky board where the lighter floor panel switched to darker wood, you officially entered the front room. The place you lived was sort of the third member of the Whitlock family. It had its own ways of being and long-time quirks, while still taking the parent and brother it received. Also, let me take a moment to admire the house. It's really nice. It's really pretty. The place you live. Oh, in the time you lived there, you added a few of your own nicks and scratches to the house. Some of the old furniture was replaced with brand new old furniture from the local antique store and thrift shop. The vase on the coffee table was from the former, and the lamp was found at the latter. Chu said once you couldn't tell the difference between what was sold in those places. It was ancient either way. However, the gap in quality between the two was easy for you to see. You were alone in the living room and an entire house. Mama had left for work not long before then, right after you eaten breakfast. She had a longer commute than you, and you didn't need your mama to be late in order to see you off to school. No, she would have been tired for you if you had wanted to be there. Thinking of her, you felt. You were so lucky having a parent like Mama. You loved her. She was a friend as much as a parent. Hanging out with Mama was fun. Things were good between you and her. You got along most days. The relationship you had was fine. You could manage coexisting with her. Stuff wasn't great when it came to living with Mama. You disagreed about most things. Frustrated more often than not. Sharing a space with Mama tests your patience every day. Complicated. You loved Mama, then you couldn't stand her in ways, and sometimes simultaneously. Like the two of you were completely disconnected. It was sad, but you couldn't talk to Mama. Your Mama didn't get you, and you didn't get her, and it was best when you were apart. That Mama flat out sucked. Just looking at her ticked you off, goodness gracious. The Mama flat out sucked. Just looking at her pissed you off. Who knew what? Not you, that was for sure. Complicated. On the one hand, she was your mama, your only family on earth, but also, she was your mama. The one person get under your skin in ways no one else could. That's how I am with my mama. I love my mama so much. I've been there for her, she's been there for me, but a lot of times also she irritates me so much. But still, before Mama walked out the door, she hadn't forgotten to give her annual reminder. There's only one first day per year. Enjoy it. You shook your hand with a sigh over Mama's typical mama-ness, while fully letting that little fact of reality sink in. It wasn't a normal day of school. It was the first day, and it wasn't a normal start of a new year either. This was 9th grade. You were a high school freshman. Mama impressed upon you what an accomplishment it was. If the learning system was a triathlon, you were out of the water, off a bike, and lining up to begin the race. Your mama wasn't especially sporty herself, so she offered an alternative that if this was a movie or book, the third act would just be beginning. That was the best part. For as much as Mama hyped it up, your transition to the highest level public schools wasn't as immense as it was for other 14-year-olds. Have a nice sleep, Okabe Flower. Good night. I really appreciate you stopping by. Sweet dreams. You have been attending Riverview Peak since grade 6, already with its gold, black, and navy official colors and beloved freshwater otter mascot. The district of Golden Grove was small enough that the middle school and high school shared a building. That was always a relief. You had your school and you stick with that until the real graduation. It was whatever, but the school River Peak could have been better, could have been worse. You felt good about that. You were well acquainted with the halls. Heck yeah, that place was a part of who you were. Go Otters! Hell yeah, that place was a part of who you were. Go Otters! Was Riverview Peak awful? Yes. Did you want to risk going somewhere else? No. Not as if it mattered anyway. Going to any school was miserable. This would have been a much better new year if you could have gone somewhere else. All schools miserable. You be walking there, your 2 feet were the only means of transportation in your possession. You started to walk rather than ride that day. You use your ride to get there. Who's my ride? Oh, okay. I was like, who's my ride? Okay. Your wheels of choice were a bike. I've never biked to school. All my schools have been so far away. So I've always had to ride a bus or drive in a car or be driven in a car. But if it's such a small town, I would like to bike. It was not the same bike you came to town with. You'd long outgrown the original. It was the only kind of ride you wanted to use, so you got another that was just right for your size. Your mind wandered as you bundled up in extra layers. The plan was to head to school on your own and you stick to it. There was a chance you ended up leaving at the same time as Tamarack. There was a chance you ended up leaving at the same time as Chew. There was a chance you ended up leaving at the same time as Chew or Tamarack. You find Tamarack first thing. You wanted to go together and she wouldn't leave you. You find Chew first thing. You wanted to go together and they wouldn't leave without you. You find Tamarack and Chew first thing. You wanted the group to go together and they wouldn't leave without you. Let's go for a communal walk again like we usually did. It'd have to be up to you. Chew only went out of their way to go with you if you were the one who asked them, and Tamarack sometimes liked to walk by herself. But for the first day, you were sure you could get all of you together for a trip. You packed a lunch, closed up your bag, and slipped it on over your shoulders. Then you braced yourself for the freezing autumn dawn. And you were instantly slapped with a howling rush of wind that got into the exposed slivers of your skin with what seemed to be heat-seeking precision. Sputtering and coughing, you fought to get to the door that was shaking from the same gust locked behind you. Mama had honored you with a key on your 12th birthday. When you felt the telltale click, you back away. At the same time, you checked to make sure your headband hadn't flown away, or at least it hadn't gotten all crooked. I'm still wearing the headband as a 14-year-old. That's fine. That's fine. Next time I play this, I might take it off, but I don't know if I would still wear that at 9th grade. Your nostrils filled with the distant scent of rain when you crossed over the stone path. Had it come and gone when you were sleeping, or was it still gathering the weight it needed to fall? It was impossible to tell. You pushed open the gate, separating your yard from the neighborhood at large. As soon as you placed a foot into the cul-de-sac, you were hit with a bigger shock to the system than the chilling breeze. Oops. Tamarack popped out from behind the bushy border of your house like it was suddenly 4 years ago. And you were meeting her for the very first time. Let's take a look at you, Tamarack. Oh, nice purple cabinet sweater over a pink blouse, and is that like purple pattern like brocade leggings and a nice pink messenger bag. Cute. The main flaw with that comparison was that she had done on purpose.
Pascal?
It would have been impossible for the jump to scare to startle someone more than you, but there Tamarack was. Her eyes were wide, her arms taut at her sides. Though that was definitely Tamarack Bauman, you also knew her by a nickname. There was no doubt that was Tamarack Bauman. Thank you for stopping by, Luke. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's see, nickname. Very few people got to do that. The nickname was Tam, Tammy, Tama, T. Click to type your nickname. How about Tam? Tammy. How about Tammy? We'll do Tammy.
I didn't notice you come out until I heard the gate. It would have been more awkward if you caught me trying to hide a bush, so I had to, But this is still embarrassing. Sorry.
You could only stand there speechless. You scowled at her. Embarrassing was right. Annoying fit too. You frowned at her. Surprises like that really bothered you. It was too much. You laughed. What on earth? What were you doing? Morning, Tammy. Sup? Oh, does she? I didn't notice that. Oh my gosh. It's believed that she plugs her eyebrows at instant security, so it's not confirmed. Oh, but if that's true, that's really sad. I have to look back at her eyebrows were thick, weren't they? Now that I think about it, they were very thick. Oh, interesting. both of these poor babies. Poor Tammy. It's not that embarrassing, you said encouragingly. I mean, come on, Tammy. It's not that embarrassing, you said encouragingly. Hi? You simply waved. Wow, we've got to stop meeting like this, you joke. Wow, I wasn't expecting you to see you like this, you said sarcastically. Did you find any good treasures down there? It's not embarrassing, Tammy. Yeah.
Only because you're the one who caught me. What if it was your mama or Chu?
They wouldn't have teased you either.
Maybe not to my face.
Reacted completely casually to a flounder and would have gone two ways, diffusing the awkwardness and making the dynamic going on there even weirder. Tamarack wrinkled her nose at you, seeing the humor in the situation. Less awkward it was. You gave her a friendly grin. While you may not have been thrilled about where you lived, that didn't mean there was nothing good about it. Tamarack Bowman couldn't be described as anything other than a good thing. Unless you say she was an amazing person, which was true. It went quiet, then, for a second too long to be normal.
A frog! That's a frog! Right here, under the hedge.
Her arms remained glued to her torso, but she pointed a finger towards the ground.
It's so close to the road. I want to make sure it doesn't die or anything. A lot of frogs have declining populations.
You serious? Let me see. Can I see the frog? A frog, you say? I better check this out myself. Cool, I wanna look. Ew, frogs are nasty. Declining populations. Tamarack, you just wanna look at a frog. Declining populations. Tamarack, you just wanna look at a frog. I wanna see it too. That's nice of you. Okay then. You nodded understanding. It made perfect sense. You stepped closer, angling towards the spot she singled out. You darted closer, zeroing in on the spot she singled out. Your face puckered at the thought of a slimy beast being so nearby. Don't worry, I get it. Right, that's all there is to it. I get you. You ain't. Let me see.
I can't stop you. It's your bush, and it's not my frog.
She added that with a new brightness to her voice. It rang with another challenge. Not needing to be told twice, you went around to the side of the house and took Tamarack's place in the bush. You lowered yourself carefully to the grass, not letting your clothes snag on anything. Tamarack stayed behind you, but she leaned her face towards the branches, pressing her palms over her legging-clad knees. She couldn't manage taking a second. It was there, exactly as big eyes, long hair, a frog.
Honestly, it's pretty cute.
You wordlessly inclined your chin, gaze trained on the tiny frog. This was a nice moment to share with her. You had to thank the frog for bringing you both a bit of joy. You two gawking giants tested the last of the frog's patience at that point. After one meeker croak, the speckled brown creature hopped away. Luckily, it inched towards the forest rather than the street. Tamarack was satisfied. The declining population wouldn't take another hit today. You and her straightened yourselves up after a very successful frog viewing. Tamarack scrambled away, nearly falling over in the process. She couldn't have run faster if she'd been the one under an unknown giant inspection.
Sorry, I was way too close.
You straightened yourself, holding her stunned gaze.
Forget it.
A sudden exhale left Tamarack's mouth. She grasped to regain some kind of composure. The even breathing lasted just as long for her to inhale one more time. The Tamarack twisted her torso and head in opposite directions to check her back, the switching between glancing over the left side and right in a cycle. She had to double check that she didn't get dirty.
Do I look okay?
Tamarack, you perfect. There's nothing there, trust me. Yep, all clear. You good. What about me? Kinda looks like you were dancing. You snickered. You jiggled at an impromptu jig. You shot her a thumbs up. Seeing her worried made you frown, but you gave an okay sign. How about me?
Well, honestly, you're not good. You're great.
Phew. There was a palpable release of tension. You could show your faces in school without fear. It was nice having a friend you could rely on. Then you threw yourself around her. You've been waiting for your hello hug. You lifted your arms to bring her in, pretending to want to get it over with. You raised your arms, gesturing for a casual hug. You worked up the nerve to offer a hug, reaching out your arms. You held your hand up for a high five. You lifted your palm for a low five. You put out your fist for a bump. You shifted the bag on your back, thinking of what to do now. Hello, hug.
Oh,
In an instant, the two of you were threaded together in a tight knot. Tamarack's hold was soft and sweet, just like her. She rocked you back and forth. That made you giggle. When it was over, Tamarack was grinning wide. Ever since Tamarack had those braces put in, she almost never smiled with her teeth. Oh, we both got braces, twinsies. You knew how self-conscious she was about them, but that rule went away when it was safely just you and her.
happy first day of school.
It was a joke with no humor. She didn't believe that sentiment, and neither did you. Oh, but if we end up in the same classes, I hope so. I'm gonna die if we don't get any classes together. At least there's always good old extracurriculars, right? This is gonna be a nightmare. Hey, at least there's only one first day of school per year, you said, rolling your eyes. Well, no matter what, there's only one first day of school, you said encouragingly. I guess I'm a little glad to officially be one of the high schoolers now. But all you could do was nod her words. We didn't do anything in response to that. You only scratched the grass at the tip of your shoe. I mean, given the fact that we're high schoolers means it's almost over. This is the last stage of school.
That is kind of cool. We're not kids anymore.
Finally, she was seeing the potential you could. Tamarack perked up even more when an idea of her own came to mind.
And we could sit together at lunch and share our stuff and pretend like we're at a picnic. I'm so glad there's only one break hour.
A warmth spread in your chest. You started to out so unsure, but the more the reality became your reality, the more doable it seemed. You knew a big reason for that was that Tamarack would be there for the start of it. You couldn't help but pause there and acknowledge how wonderful it was that Tamarack was still down. Living with her Omi and Opa was meant to be temporary, and it had already been nearly half a decade. Her parents did keep in touch, and they visited, sometimes more, sometimes less. That inconsistency meant there was never a sense of normalcy around them, no matter how many months went by. As soon as things were calm enough that you thought Tamarack was going to grow forever, her parents would become so re-involved that it was like they'd be packing her bags in a day. You lived with a thorn stuck in your chest, one that dug deeper with each passing season no matter what, and every so often it got jabbed by the unexpected. Maybe that had something to do with why Tamarack came across like an outsider, people holding their breath around her, bracing for when there wouldn't be a false alarm, for when she'd be gone. And you knew for sure that Tamarack struggled with seeing her own presence in that light. She told you about it. How much longer would Tamarack Bauman be living next door? No, you stopped that line of thinking right there. You didn't want to make the day even worse than school already would.
Are we walking together? I wanted to ask. That's what I was actually doing coming over, before everything with the frog and us talking and all that stuff.
Of course we're walking together. Do you even have to ask? Really? I was coming to look for you. Sure, I'd like that. Yep, that was the plan. Thank you for asking. I could do that. Duh. I would have been pissed if you left without me, you laugh. Duh. I would have been so mad if you left without me, you laugh. You bashfully shifted from side to side, giving a small nod. You sighed in relief, holding up an okay sign. You switched your hand into a solid thumbs up. You shrugged into acceptance, turning your face away from her. No thanks. Sorry. Maybe some other time. I don't think I can. Sorry. You still shook your head. You couldn't meet her wandering gaze. You weren't gonna walk with her. The fact that I chose a choice earlier saying that I was specifically gonna go out and look for Chu and Tamrak to walk with me, the fact that I could just say no right now is kind of funny. How would it be if I just said no? Oh, okay, so they do acknowledge the fact that I said I was going to invite them to walk. Between the 10 steps you took from your house to there, something just happened. You just didn't want to do it anymore. Okay, I just wanted to see if they acknowledge that discontinuity. Okay, so really, I was coming out to look for you.
Great.
Having her by her side was everything. Having you by her side was everything she needed to enter the lion's den. That was high school. Except Tamrak's gaze began to wander past you, past your house, and towards the red building beyond it.
Are you inviting Chu? They come if you're the one asking. Chu likes you. And it'd be kind of like the old days. How crazy would it be if all three of us went to school together again? I can't even remember the last time we did. But
her voice faded into nothing. Whatever she wanted to express never coming through. Tamrak was not interested in playing leader anymore, at least not between you and her. She wanted to find options both of you could agree on. When it came to her other neighbor though, Tamrak flipped back and forth. Sometimes she didn't even want to try vocalizing her thoughts around them. Other days, she was extra stubborn and making up preferences perfectly known to Chu. That morning, it seemed she was going with the give up before you make an attempt strategy. Of course we're going to invite them. It's still a tradition. Alright. Yeah, I want to come. I want them to come. Definitely. We couldn't not invite you. Are you sure I'm not? If you're okay with them coming, I am too. Fine. It makes sense to do it today, but let's not make that a habit. Don't look so nervous. Just leave Chu to me. Tammy, that's exactly what I was thinking. No, let's give them some space. They probably want to be alone. That's a nice idea, but Chu's not going to be slow enough to come with us. You glanced down uncomfortably. You shook your head no. With a big sigh, you shrugged. Chu could come if Tamrak felt like it. You nodded swiftly. That'd be perfect. You simply gave an okay sign. If you're okay, I am too.
okay, yeah, let's do it. But we better hurry. I don't want to be late.
Chu wasn't going to be springing out of the foliage anytime soon, but you did have an idea where they might be hiding. You and Tamara cut through the grassy aisle between your house and the lanes. It was the shortest path to where you needed to be. The full group had to be reunited before beginning the trip to school. You easily made it to your friend's fenceless backyard. Chu's old hideout stood tall among the actual trees that backed it. It was creakier than it used to be, and you were more likely to wind up with a splinter by climbing on it, but the fort hadn't been abandoned, though something around it had been discarded. Laying carelessly in a pile of leaves underneath the tower, you could spot a black and yellow gym bag. A bandana was tied in a knot around the strap. And on top of the structure lay the bag's owner, and as much of a heap. She was hauled away in the child's play place they could barely fit in. From knee down, their legs hung lifelessly out of the entry hole. Their dark gray jeans and matching colored sneakers made it look as if a sheet of dark rain was pouring over the edge. Some people still call them autumn. You didn't. Some people still call them autumn, including you. Some people still called them autumn, but you had a different nickname for them. Some people still called them autumn, including you, though you had your own nickname for them too. I don't even know what other nickname you would even have for them. Oh, you could type your own nickname. Okay, I was like, what other nickname could you make with you? Let's just call them autumn still. You had known them as Chu and Autumn since you met 4 years ago. You and Tamrak shared a side glance, then simultaneously you moved your silent stares to the motionless lump once more. Yeah. And Autumn, I was thinking about this entire time. Autumn tradition is like a feminine name, considered to be a feminine name in the English speaking world. So having autumn as well kind of like adds to the gender fluidity, I think. Because I like, every time I hear the name autumn, I think of feminine name. Morning. Oh, Autumn, guess who? Hey, Autumn, it's Pascal and Tamarack. We came to get ya. Autumn, I know you know we're down here. Seriously, you had to have heard us coming, you grown. Come on, time to leave, you said, clapping your hands. Wow, nice to see you, even if it's only a lower third, you joked. Were you ever planning on coming down from there? What's up, Autumn? You stood there powerlessly. Chu was ignoring you two on purpose. You went straight to the tower and gave a swift kick. You approached the tower and tugged on the rope, poised to climb if need be. You got closer and knocked on the tower wall. Good morning. You and Chu were locked in a wordless impasse, but there was a third member in this party. Tamarack spoke up.
Chu, it's me and Pascal.
Okay.
No one's home.
Tamarack settled her hands on her hips with a sigh. Rather than being dissuaded, Chu's own stubbornness was feeding into hers. You didn't like how they shut themselves out from everything. Clearly, Chu needed further convincing. We can see ya. Well, no one's home. Who said no one's home, huh? Alright, goodbye, you said while you feigned leaving. Don't make me come up there, Chu. I'll do it. Can't you come down and talk to us, please? Juliet? Please come down from your balcony. Forget it, Tam. Maybe we can go without them. You winked. You shook the fold. You lifted yourself onto the first rung up the wall. You chuckled at a pebble at them. You stayed planted there. You could wait in Chu's backyard forever. But, oh well. You shrugged and noisily walked away. If no one is home, who said no one's home, huh? No reply. That's not escaped you. Oh, now you're pretending nobody can answer. Then a long, low grumble. Is this deja vu? I don't know. I feel like this happened when we first met them in step 1. I don't know. Oh, now you're pretending nobody can answer. Then a long, low grumble drifted from the top of the tower. This wasn't gonna go their way no matter what. Who allowed you people onto my property?
Will you quit it? I'm not gonna let any of us be late on the first day of school.
Things were getting desperate then, and the clock was ticking.
Chu, you're going to get off of that. You are going to get off of that.
When all else failed, she always had one option at her disposal: throwing things. Tamara picked up an acorn and tossed it at Chu's vulnerable legs. It made contact, bouncing weakly off their left calf. This was an assault purely in the goal of annoyance, and bother Chu it did.
What is it with you and throwing crap? It works.
She was already poised with a fresh twig in hand, daring Chu to give her a reason to toss it. In that moment, Tamara became fearless. She would not hesitate.
There's a lot of stuff down here. I won't run out of ammo for 100 years.
Yeah, and school will be over by then. Right when you began to wonder what else you could do, when you were questioning what else you were doing, when you were questioning what you even were doing, Chu suddenly had a change of heart.
Wait, I'm going.
They were serious. It wasn't so strange either. Chu didn't want to go to school, obviously, but they also didn't want to keep ignoring their neighbors. That wasn't like them. Kind of. If it was some other random classmate who showed up, they would have pretended not to hear them for eternity. No, you would have stayed forever if that in that case. You weren't leaving them behind no matter what. Except you didn't climb down. Chumman also wasn't their choice. They just sort of let their body slip forward inch by inch until the gravity took over, and they plummeted out the doorless entryway. Autumn's feet hit the ground first. There was no attempt to catch the weight of their own body. Their knees bent, their torso curled, and they landed into a ball. A rim of white faux fur hid their downturned face. The hood was up. Notebook pages fluttered through the air. Chu's method of descent was carelessly dragged. The Chu's method of descent had carelessly dragged papers down with them. They'd already been discarded across the floor of the fort. Oops. Okay, let's look at you. Nice blue flannel suit. Still have a fur trimmed hood. There you go. That's the right word. Is their hair longer than I remember? Their hair might have grown a little bit. I think their hair was a little shorter as a child, as a small child. Ah, Chu. When each one came to rest on the ground around them, Chu slowly unfurled. In the same motion, they tugged the hood off. They stood with perfect poise, simply to show they could. Despite their usual flopping around, Chu was still a trained dancer. But you got your first clear look at their face the whole day. Having that aloof expression directed your way was another positive you could point to about the place you lived in. Autumn was one of your favorite people. They lifted their hands vaguely towards the sky, closing their eyes. I am here. Hi again. Hello, and I think you misplaced some papers. Thanks, Chu. You meant it. Took you long enough. You pointed straight at the papers in the grass. Great. You were being sarcastic, clearly. I'm glad. I missed you. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, you joked. You're so dramatic. Already dropping papers, huh? You're aware that's adorable, right? You applauded their grand arrival. You rolled your eyes. Chu could be so obnoxious. I think you lost something. You waved at them. You gazed drifts of the papers around Chu's feet. Yeah, there they were. Hello. Chu dropped their hands to their sides again. Their mouth remained on a neutral line, the absolute lowest effort expression possible. There was a brightness sparkling through their dark irises. You stretched your arms nice and big for a hello hug. You had up one arm showing you were open to a hug. You swallowed and lifted your hands, vaguely gesturing for a hug. You gave the shoulder a pat. You gave them a playful back on the arm. You gave them a friendly shove. You shot finger guns their way. You motioned for a high five. You folded your arms casually. You turned your face away. Would they accept a hug? I'm just curious. Okay. They seem open to a hug. Chu clocked your off and smiled wide and leisurely. Slowly, they lifted onto their tiptoes, and then gradually they began to lean forward. Oh no. Then Chu promptly toppled over into your waiting embrace. You caught the full weight of the rag doll suddenly in your care, gripping tight around their narrow frame. Chu's arms dangled idly instead of hugging back. Having their entire body pressing into you was more than enough to bring them in close. They rested their chest and cheek into your shoulder. The both of you were at risk of collapsing with a huge heap in a second. Soon, Autumn shrugged themselves off. True. The same way they might have done with their oversized jacket. Except you might have been the one wearing them. At least they're still, you know, they still have that in them. Tamarack chimed in with a strained noise. Unintentionally, she wound up a bit of a third wheel in the wake of most of Chu's antics.
Pascal and I are going to school together. You can come too if you want to go now.
While she might have begun uneasily, Tamarack found her footing by the end. There was no doubt in her mind that she would accept. She could even give an ultimatum. Though, considering what happened a second ago, she had a solid base of evidence for her theory. Chu's typical blank stare met Tamarack's rare bold one. Leaning their weight onto one foot, they hopped a hip out to the side.
Took you long enough to get here.
Wow, Chu had their jokes. It was done. Tamarack could breathe a subtle sigh of relief. Yay, they've accepted. Now we can all go together as one big happy group. She acted tough because you were there. Having someone she trusted on her side was a confidence booster. What Chu was autumn air, frosted and untouchable. You had to brace yourself for her to build up a tolerance. And Tamarack was far more sensitive to the cold than she had been as a kid. So that was the status quo of things on Aiken Road, Oregon, USA. Distance, uncertainty, and tension. Tamarack Bauman and Chu Lin were the same age. They went to the same school. They lived on the same street. They had the same favorite season, fall. But they had different personalities, different interests, different priorities, and different social circles. Well, besides you. An unspoken shift happened between them as Chu and Tamarack changed themselves. It was something only felt, only slightly acknowledged in your own mind. Chu and Tamarack weren't friends. Oh, is that so? It had been years since either of them called the other that, and the only time they attempted to spend time together were odd occasions, like the first day of school, for example. Oh, well, that's okay. We can build that back up. You couldn't pretend it wasn't true, regardless if it hadn't been said right to your face. The cul-de-sac kids, the first friend group you ever made in Golden Grove, have broken up. It's so sad. It was weird for sure, the way their friendship had disappeared and no one even talked about it. But life just kept going all the time. There never was a specific moment when it made sense to say, hey, I noticed you're not buddies with our other neighbor anymore. Especially because you knew both of them well enough to understand why it was the way it was. Maybe one day you talk about the bond they used to have. Even if you didn't, they could never be strangers. All of you were always neighbors. I love how that rhymes. If worst came to worst, they'd be there for each other, and for you too. Without another word, Chu drudged around the support beams of the fort to fetch their stuff. They didn't so much as glance at the papers their movement kicked about, much less pause to pick them up. Not them desecrating their papers. Do they still write all the time like they used to? I'm curious. A familiar smell of earth tickled your nose when Chu dug their gym bag out of the pile of leaves. The sin of forest expeditions, treasure hunting, hide and seek. Nothing related to today's plans. Chu simply slung the pack across their back, then returned to the front. And again, the pages were ignored. As a kid, Chu earnestly never noticed when they lost something. As a teenager, that had become selective ignorance. That quirk was one more point of friction between the former friends. Gripping the strap of her bag, Tamarack took on the thankless task of pointing it out. Chu had already done the unusual, by agreeing to walk with her to school. Maybe she thought she'd have more luck today.
Chu, the papers.
Oops, did I skip? Okay. I dropped them. You've seen it before, you'll see it again.
Yeah, but it looks like a lot is written on those ones. What if they're important reminders? You should keep them.
Chu passed her by, physically dismissing her words. Ah! If the papers reminded me of something go away, then me remembering it wasn't meant to be. I released myself from the burden of fighting against fate. Chu! Be free, my children. Chu! They added while flipping backwards to flutter their fingers in front of Tamarack's face. She turned her cheek to them with a serious side eye.
More like be litter.
Tamarack hissed. That was the last of the one-sided conversation. She wouldn't try to reason with that logic. It seemed painfully pointless. It seemed that way probably because it was. Chu wasn't going to be moved by any argument Tamarack made. You knew it. She knew it. Chu knew it. They concluded months ago that they spent enough of their life gathering lost pages already. I've got it. Don't worry about it. I can get it. Fine. I'll pick them up because I care about keeping the forest clean. You're way too irresponsible. Well, you tried. Don't be mad at each other. I can get the papers. Be free. Be free! Forget it, Tammy. Sighing, you went to get the papers. You were getting real tired of this. Alright, I'll throw away that garbage you teased. It was fine, you get them. You went to grab Chu's notes. It was something you were happy to do for them. Never mind now, you went to snatch up the notes. But that was something they could leave to you. You grumbled under your breath as you picked up Chu's trash. You loudly repeated how much Chu sucked when you got the dumb papers. You just let it be. Shyly, you gathered the papers. What else could you do? Let's just gather the papers. Slowly, and with your backpack completely turned to Chu and Tamarack, you took each page into your hands. Naturally, in times like those, you thought back to your first meet with Chu. You helped them pick up pages then too. Their reaction had been saying you were nice and that they would, and that they bet you were going to keep helping. What an understatement. Child, you could never imagine how right Chu's teasing had been. The pages were returned to their owner. You stuck the pages into your own bag. Chu didn't want them. You stuck the pages into your own bag. Finders keepers. We'll just put them in our bag for right now. Then you stood to leave, satisfied with the job done. Now it was done. Let's get out of here. Chu was not getting on their bike then, but they never did like pushing the bike around or even going at a leisurely pace. It wasn't worth it to them with Tamarack walking. Tamarack and Chu went ahead while you made a quick stop to get your bike from your own backyard. You regrouped at the center of the cul-de-sac. Then you took Tammy's hands in yours. You silently offered a hand for Tammy to take. You latched on Tammy's sleeve. You scooched over to be right next to Tammy. You kept a good amount of space between you and Tamarack. You took hold of Autumn's hand. You quietly held your hand out to Autumn. You grabbed Autumn's extra long sleeve. You settled right in by Autumn's side. You put your distance between you and Chu. You situated yourself perfectly in the center between Autumn and Tammy. You kept a good amount of space between you and them. You were ready. Let's be in the center. Let's have things be balanced. There. Everything was as it should be, with both your neighbors by your sides. Tamarack smiled softly at your companionable attitude, and Chu accepted your presence just as easily. It was then that together, you left the old neighborhood behind. Your first day as a high schooler was looming on the horizon. Thank ya. Look at them. So cute. Look at the little cuties. Thank ya. Well, that is it. We finished the demo for Our Life Now and Forever. That was real great. I'm so excited to see the rest of the game and see how it's going to finish. In November 2025, which I said was next year, was next fall, but it's not next fall. What is next fall, I guess, but 2 falls have to pass. This coming fall and then the fall after that, which is such a long time. But November 25th, November is my birth month, so I can think of the release of this game as a birthday present scheduled for 2 years from now. But yes, the art style is very cute. I really love the art style. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. When the very first time I saw this game, saw the art, I was a little taken aback by it. I'm like, oh, they really like they went for a different style this time. You know, I was kind of because I was biased for the original art style of Our Life, Beginning and Always. So when I saw this, and I'm like, interesting. But I really appreciate it now because it's so cute, so wonderful. I love the brushes style of the line art and things like that. And yeah, I don't know if I think it's all one artist as well too. I know in All Life Begins always had different artists for different CGs. Like they had a sprite artist, and then the CGs had different artists draw them. It seems like all the CGs in this one have the same artist, which I do appreciate for the continuity's sake. Um, yeah, because that's one thing about All Life Begins always. I was like, oh, the art's a little different in the CG. So I appreciate that it's all, I think it's all the same artist. But if it's not, they replicate the art pretty well. And I haven't seen all the CGs, so maybe it's not. I don't know. But I appreciate that so far. True, Tamarack. I could already tell based on step 2 that it's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult. And, you know, I feel so sad. I feel so sad seeing them, seeing Chu and Tamarack the way they are right now. But I'm pretty sure things will get better. But anyway, yeah. So we will be playing another game on Friday. And we'll be playing another new game on Sunday as well. This Sunday, we will be playing the Casebook of Ane, and the JRPG game about the Vampire Mansion that I mentioned beforehand. And then on Monday, the new game that we will be playing, I decided that I'm interested in playing Will. What's it called? It's called, hold on, let me open it up again. It's called Will, A Wonderful World. And I had this game already bought, and I thought, this might be a nice game to play after Mamiya, since basically it's about, I think you play as a girl who can control fate. So she answers wishes that people have, and you could like change the story, change the fate of the characters. So I thought like, that's kind of like, Mamiya being a spectator. You read a storybook and you decide the true course and things like that. This is kind of like that a little bit. It has good reviews on Steam. And it seems pretty interesting. So I think that's what I'm gonna play on Monday. Are you seen it on Steam? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna play on Monday. I'm very curious to see how it's gonna be. They said the game is about like 20-something hours long, which is kind of short. So I was like, I wanted to play like long-term games on Monday and Wednesday, but I think I want to play Will, A Wonderful World anyway. And when we finish it, we'll just go to the next game on my list. But yeah, I'm excited about that. So thank y'all very kindly for coming. Much obliged. And hopefully I'll see y'all on Sunday for the new game we'll be playing. Yeah. Y'all come back now, you heard me. Have a good night.